Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Yeah, hope everything's going all right tonight, guys. Get to the going here. Yesterday we had some technical issues. Got those ironed out. Hopefully ironed out. We will see though. Offline basically all night, and then it's too late when things finally came back online properly. It's too late to actually start again. So here we are, guys. Yeah. That happens. Good. Hope you guys are having a good evening, though. Alrighty. Ah. Apparently there's patch notes or potential patch notes for the new PTB. Can't wait. That sounds exciting. Considering BHVR is attempting to kill off hook camping and tunneling, and then survivors simply don't run reassurance because they're fucking morons. I'm sure there's a 20-second BBT now or some stupid shit like that. Can't wait. We'll probably cover that first. Then we have to cover the NVIDIA conference and the AMD releases, and oh my god. Lots of stuff. That was from last night. Just kept it up, so what's going on here? Buddy. Machine Mori. All right, let's take a look at this. To get Charles in here.
Google bring the trial to a gruesome end with a finishing Mori. A hint of each killer's character shines through with their Mori, whether that's the trickster's showmanship or the hag's questionable diet. The only way to see these animations currently is to use a Memento Mori offering or equip one of only a few select perks, leading to them rarely being seen.
Yep.
Moreover, Moris have garnered a somewhat negative reputation over the years, being used out of spite against a particular survivor.
Yeah.
This upcoming public test build, PTB, will feature an early version of the new finishing Mori system. Unlike most PTBs, this feature will not be going live in the following update. There's still some work to be done before it's ready to be released, but we wanted to give you an opportunity to try it out and share your thoughts in advance. Last standing: when all other survivors are dead, dying, hooked, or have escaped, you become the last standing. Both your and the killer's senses are heightened, granting you a wider field of view. Rescuing a survivor will end the last standing phase. But being downed as the final survivor, on the other hand, will trigger the finishing Mori. When the last survivor is downed, the trial will draw to a climactic end. Both the survivor and killer will be moved to a preset point on the map, free of any obstructions that may get in the way, and the killer's Mori animation will begin. Any survivors still in the trial will be killed by the entity and treated like a sacrifice.
So basically, it sounds like this is going to be a whole thing. This isn't just cosmetic. When survivors are dead, dying, or hooked, or have escaped, you become the last standing. Both you and the killer's senses are heightened, granting you a wider FRV. That means there could also be other changes that are in store as well that will change interactions in the game. They only list FOV here, and they don't list whether this is the survivor or killer and or killer. I guess maybe this is the survivor side. Dead, dying, or hooked. So basically, any dying is people that are on the ground, slugs, and hooked are people obviously on hooks. Or escaped means it's just basically same thing as dead. Doesn't matter. Just downing them will finish off people. So I guess this just initial thoughts here is kind of a buff for a killer because it means people can't game unbreakables at the end of the game and wait for their friend to go down before they use it. They can't save unbreakables for the last possible moment and instead have to do them earlier on. Both your and the killer senses. So it's speaking from a survivor standpoint. That's what caught me off guard. No, no, no. So it says both your and the killer senses are heightened, granting you a wider FOV. So if we look into this, this is implying that you are the survivor, and the survivor has a wider FOV. Well, this is just weirded weirdly, and it's weirded from the standpoint of a survivor, which I don't really understand why, considering this is a developer update, and it's supposed to be a developer talking about these two mechanics, but, this is mechanic in general. Wholly no survivor bias in any way, shape, or form. Putting aside the fact that developers imagine that they're survivors all the time. I guess that's just part of it. But no, this could be. I assume this is a typo or something along those lines. This is you're on the killer senses, but it doesn't say how the killer senses are heightened. It just says you a wider FOV, which means you're the survivor. No, it's the last survivor. Only the last person that's not downed or hooked. So, initial thoughts here is this is actually a buff because people can't sit on the ground and wait for their friend to absolutely go down before they try anything. They'll have to unbreakable before this happens. And by the way, people that are against Know It are fucking morons. Killers that are still sympathizing with survivors when they run unbreakables and they have for years. And they're like, oh, I can't use Know It. It gives me kills that I don't need. Oh, buddy. Yeah, and meanwhile, they have Unbreakable. They just completely reset the fucking match. You can get out of the fucking town, dude. Yeah. Survivors also have things that will just completely, reset the game or offer a huge bonus. Let's keep going here, guys, so we can put this all together.
Hope is not lost with this new system in place. Leaving survivors on the ground, aka slugging, may seem more appealing, opening the possibility of ending the match early. But the survivors aren't going to give up without a fight. After being left on the ground for 45 seconds, survivors will now gain the ability to pick themselves up without the need of any perks.
Fucking shit.
This time is affected by recovery speed effects.
What the fuck? You know how many killers? By the way, I generally do not slug. Oh my god, this prevents slugging for fourth too. Oh my fuck. Well, not really. I'm still gonna slug for fourth. It just means they're gonna get up after 45 seconds on their own. So I'm still gonna slug for a fourth, and it's just gonna take longer. Is what's gonna happen to your BHVR. You can fucking give them all the fucking hope you want, but this just means my slugging for fourth is gonna last like 5 minutes instead of 4 or 6 minutes. Yeah, it's just gonna take longer. Unbreakable base kit, yeah, because survivors fucking needed that. Uh you know how many killers? Slugging does not work at high MMR unless you are like a nurse or a killer that is made to slug, a nurse or twins. And this is gonna especially hurt twins because they're one of these weird niche killers that can only fight in a certain specific style, and one of it includes slugging. Because Victor the baby, you're not supposed to call him baby. Victor, the little man, can't put people on hooks, so then you have to go around with Charlotte to get people on hooks. This is definitely not that Twins needed to get fucked any harder because no one plays them, but Twins is going to get fucked by this update even more. There's only a handful of killers that are very slug heavy, and Twins is probably the biggest example of a slugging killer. And that aside, slugging does not work at high MMR unless it's in a very particular situation, which we've had before. Like, let's say they fuck up royally and there's 3 people, and then there's the third guy coming for a hook, right? They just completely fuck things up. And then you end up with 3 people on the ground next to a hook, 2 people on the ground next to a hook that's with someone on the hook, and then you have the fourth guy running away. That means if the guy lasts for 45 seconds or less than that because of Unbreakable or, what's the one for getting yourself up? The slug one where you move faster. I don't remember the name of it. There's one where you move faster on the ground, but it also lets you pick yourself up better, or exponential. That means when survivors literally fuck themselves, they get off the ground in 40. Why is this needed? Why is this here? And furthermore, if they had an unbreakable to get off, it wouldn't be ending the match any earlier than if you're chasing a fourth, right? This does not make wow. This does not make the game any easier, except in the ultra rare scenario in which one guy is on the ground and gets off the ground with Unbreakable, right? And saves it for the last possible moment where the other guy ends up in the ground. So this does not make the game any easier for killers because almost everyone will have used Unbreakable prior to a fourth going down because it's not going to take this long. Yeah. So they literally this is just basically fucking the killer. That's basically all this is. This is another BBT for survivors where they completely fuck the pooch, end up on the ground rolling around, crying, and BHVR swoops out of the sky and saves them. Oh, what the fuck? Holy shit, guys. Holy fucking shit. Oh, buddy. This is gonna get a highlight, by the way. We need to highlight this. Yeah. So, let's put this into context. First of all, Last Stand does not give the killer any better advantage to kill survivors, with the exception being if you can kill a fourth very, very fast. Because prior to that, you're going to have an Unbreakable get people off the ground. It doesn't matter. Chasing a fourth, guys, will almost always, especially faster than 45 seconds, will almost always result in the people either naturally 4%ing or them using Unbreakables or any perks that can allow them to get off the ground. They will use them up. The game does not need to give them anything else. If they don't have it, they're fucked. That's on them. That's on them getting into a position. By the way, this occasionally happens at high MMR with sweat squads that just really, really overplay their hand. It does happen at high MMR, but it's very rare. It is very, very rare. But anyways, this is fucking incredible. Absolutely fucking incredible that they would even go out of their way to do something like this in the first place. How often do you end up in a scenario where you're chasing a fourth for 45 seconds and then someone gets off the ground, which is even faster with add-ons, so it'll be something like, I don't know, like probably like 20 seconds or something like that if you have Unbreakable, which you can only use Unbreakable once, but its secondary effects still work. Oh my god. What the fuck is BHVR doing? Like, they're just like, hey guys, all these guys are on the fucking ground, let's just make it even easier to get off the ground. Holy shit, guys. Like, in order to get into the scenario as a killer, you have to do a lot of fucking work. Hmm. That's pretty unbelievable, guys. I don't know what they're thinking. They're thinking something. Yeah. So they just gave survivors Unbreakable at 45 seconds. So if you end up in a scenario where survivors completely fuck up, they just get an get out of jail free card. This as killer, by the way, this is like literally, you can say what you want about NOED, but this is like literally having built-in NOED that just works for you when you're in a chase. Like, imagine when you get to level 3 Bloodlust, you just get a free hit on the survivor. That's what this is like. If I get to level 3 Bloodlust, I get a free hit on the survivor. That is exactly what's happening here. And that might sound obscene because it kind of is, but at the same time, that is literally what's going on here. Jesus Christ, guys. This is unneeded. The Last Stand does not change this interaction any more so than it would have already changed, right? If they're in a scenario where the guys are on the ground, and it's like they had to fucking give survivors something more overpowered just to take away like a little bit of limelight that the killer. It's cosmetic. The Mori is cosmetic. That's all this is. It's purely cosmetic, except for the rare case in which you can down that fourth so fast that someone cannot use their Unbreakable and they can't use their 4% on the hook. Yeah. Otherwise, everything else here you can play out. You can wait for 4%, you can wait for Deliverance. You don't need to play that out. This is 100% a nerf to killers, just straight out of the gates. And this is cosmetic. They gave killers something cosmetic, and then they gave survivors something that completely fucks part of the gameplay towards killers. What the fuck? Holy fuck, guys. Keep going.
Perk updates with both the Mori and the ability to pick yourself up, now part of the base kit. A handful of perks that grant these abilities will need adjustments. Therefore, the ability to pick yourself up has been removed from Unbreakable, Soul Guard, No Mither, and Boon, Exponential, as this is now part of the base kit. The ability to Mori
Yeah.
survivors has been removed from Rancor and Hex, Devour Hope, as this is now part of the base
Well,
kit.
they just neutered Devour
In
Hope.
addition, some of these perks will have changes made for the PTB. However, since this is an early preview, the in-game descriptions have not yet been updated. These are Unbreakable, now increases dying self-recovery speed by 80/91%. Rancor, once all generators are powered, the Obsession's aura is revealed for 5 seconds, and they are permanently inflicted with the exposed status effect. Hex, Devour Hope, once 5 tokens
That's
have
so
been
worthless.
earned, any survivor placed on a hook is instantly sacrificed. As always, we'll be keeping a close eye on your feedback for any of the affected perks.
I don't know why they changed Devour Hope. Devour Hope got a nerf because now you have to take him to hook. Rancor is more worthless than it was before because they're just exposed. Once all generators are powered, they're just exposed. It's a shitty no. The one benefit of Rancor was the fun fucking part that you could kill them. So instead of giving them the same treatment as Devour Hope, where you just hook them and they die, which would still be a nerf, by the way, they just made it so it's what? This is just a bad NOED. What is Rancor? What? And by the way, Unbreakable just means it's more powerful now because it's 100% effective, which means in 22 seconds instead of, was it 12 normally? In 22 seconds, you can pick yourself up instead of 12. And you just can use it over and over and over again. Rancor got nerfed for sure. Not that anyone really used Rancor, but Rancor definitely got nerfed. Devour Hope also got nerfed. Good. Good. Unbreakable got buffed. Survivors in general got buffed. Dude, I swear to God, it's literally an excuse to buff survivors. It's like, hey guys, look, you got a Moor for free now. Wowee! Good for you. You got a Moor for free. Hey, look, survivors have built-in base kit, more built-in base kit because they really need that to fix their fuck-ups in the game. Oh my God.
Memento Mori offerings with the finishing Mori being triggered automatically when the last survivor is downed. Memento Mori offerings no longer have any use and will also receive an update. These offerings will now award a bounty of blood points based on the number of survivors killed if you earn a finishing Mori. Cypress Memento Mori, gain 8,000 blood points if at least 2 survivors are killed and the match ends in a finishing Mori. Ivory Memento Mori, gain 12,000 blood points if at least 3 survivors are killed and the match ends in a finishing Mori. Ebony Memento Mori, gain 20,000 blood points if at least 4 survivors are killed and the match ends in a finishing Mori. Much like the perk changes listed above, please keep in mind that these offering changes will not be released without the finishing Mori system.
So they're shitty versions of Pudding and Party Streamers. Yeah, they're like a shittier version of Pudding and Party Streamers. I don't even know if they're better than the green offerings because you have to finish it in a Mori, which doesn't always happen. Probably better than like a green wreath, but not as good as Pudding or Party Streamers. Putting aside the fact that those are kind of worthless to begin with because of the innate effective cost of particular meta add-ons, because BHR makes them more expensive by reducing their rarity, artificially reducing their rarity, unrelated to their color. The finishing Mori and anti-slugging mechanic.
The finishing Mori system, anti-slugging mechanic, and other changes mentioned in this post will be available for testing during next week's public test build. As a reminder, these new features will not be a part of the 6.3.0 update. This is an early preview that is not yet ready for release. We would like to gather your feedback early as we continue developing these features to make their eventual release as smooth as possible.
Oh, buddy. So they gave Killer a cosmetic. They gave Killer, to put this in perspective, guys, they gave Killer a cosmetic update, and then they nerfed Killer and buffed survivors. Yeah. So this is basically just an excuse to nerf killers and buff survivors. I mean, I'm not being hyperbole. Like, this isn't hyperbole. This isn't me just being uh not superfluous, superfluous, sensationalist. This is not me being sensationalist. They literally gave the killer, hey, look, guys, shiny, which you already could do if you took an offering, but you didn't because you need that offering for BP because there's a BP killer tax. Uh, yeah, they took something where you had to run BP offerings because of killer BP tax, which is still net negative, and replaced it, not replaced it, but then gave you a free shiny cosmetic. Hey, look, you can morgue people on the end of the game when it doesn't matter, which they could have just given you the yellow effect built in, which I don't know why they didn't do. And then, and then they buffed survivors by giving them all base kit unbreakable. All gave them base kit unbreakable, and then buffed the effects of unbreakable, so it's just unlimited now. I don't know. I guess slugging is like if you watch any of the big streamers, by the way, some of them are sus as shit, like dead. But if you watch some of the big streamers, they generally do not slug. You can't slug at high MMR. The friends will come over and pick them up. It doesn't work. The only play style at which this is gonna affect at high MMR is twins in terms of getting people off the ground or having to slug in order to get a 4K, right? Or slug not just for 4K, just slug in general to get the game done is twins, and this is going to definitely hurt their gameplay a lot. Absolutely a lot. Not that anyone plays twins, as I mentioned before. And then on top of it, they nerfed Rancor to the ground because Rancor needed a nerf. They nerfed Devour Hope because you still have to take survivors to a hook, and other players can stop you from getting to a hook, right? One of the benefits of a Mori was the fact that you could do it on the spot and there's nothing that would interrupt its effect. Yeah. But now, if you have a bully squad, they can potentially just get in your way, or not even like with flashlights, or they can just body block until you drop them, which we've seen some people do, and then you won't be able to kill them anyways. So this is a net negative for Devour Hope for sure, and Rancor just got broke, like they just blew it up. Unbreakable, on the other hand, is also broken. Because now every 22 seconds you can just get off the ground, I believe it is. Yeah. Yep. Whereas before, I think it was 12 seconds, but it's unlimited use, so everyone's going to do it. 22 seconds is within normal chase time. So if you have someone that's just literally just chasing around, that means Unbreakable is a personal exponential, and it just gets you off the ground over and over again. Yeah. 22 seconds isn't that long in a chase. I would say survivors can definitely last for 20 seconds in a chase. So just slugging someone randomly in order to actually take advantage of a situation, you can't even do that anymore. Yeah, and I'm not talking about like a four slug, right? I'm talking about like one slug on the ground, which you have to do as killer to manage things. If people are running Unbreakable, which I'm pretty sure, like exponential is relatively rare, and you can just go and blow it up, right? There are downsides to boons. Unbreakable, on the other hand, there is no downside to running Unbreakable anymore, especially with Soul Guard. So yeah, this is interesting. Let's just make survivors more and more unkillable, guys. And I believe when you're on the ground, your endurance effect resets too. So if you get downed, you lose endurance. The the mend effect, you lose it from Unbreakable or from your OTR, for instance, and then you get yourself back up with Soul Guard. You're gonna have Unbreakable again. Not endurance effect, not Unbreakable. You'll have endurance effect again, or No Mither. But I don't think anyone's gonna run No Mither over Soul Guard. It's gonna be Unbreakable and Soul Guard. Why heal when you can just use Unbreakable Soul Guard, guys? Well, Unbreakable had the effect removed, so they removed the get off the ground from Unbreakable, but it now is 100% faster, which means you can get off the ground in 22 seconds. I believe Unbreakable was 12 seconds prior before you could get off the ground. Yeah, yeah, and then there's people if they just go down your pallet, you have to fucking play around the pallet in order to down someone like that's waiting to pallet slap you or flashlight you. That could definitely last longer than 22 seconds again. Yeah, there are a lot of cases where people need to slug, and it's just part of the game, and nothing to do with just trying to get everyone on the ground. I think that's only gameplay you see at low MMR. Getting everyone on the ground doesn't work at high MMR because their friends come and pick them up. Because they're on voice comms and they just go radio into HQ that they're in need of extract, and someone goes up and drops down and drops the rescue rope and they get off the ground. You can't do that at high MMR, with the exception being Nurse and Twins. Jesus Christ. And I'm sure it's all positive. Yay, guys, this is so amazing on Reddit. Let's go take a look at the Reddit thread now. I always do enjoy looking and contrasting the Reddit thread with like literally like logic and rationale and kind of unbiased look at what's going on. Even though I don't play Survivor, you don't need to play Survivor to actually notice what's happening in my games. Oh, God. Christ. Guard adds pickup time too, I believe. No. There's just no mither. What's it called? No, literally, you are correct. Literally just vultures circling pallets. And one survivor is going to be iffy, by the way. If people are running Unbreakable, one survivor is going to be iffy to drive off before they can Unbreakable. That's possible. If there's two survivors, though, you are probably not going to get the guy off the ground. You're not going to be able to pick him up before he can get off the ground. Oh, God. Those are crows. Ah. What the fuck are they doing? They just literally just buff survivors and nerf killer. And that's, hey guys, yeah. Let's make life worse. Recovery. Exponential does it. Yeah, I already know that. No Mither also does it, but as a downside of being broken. 25%. Recovery speed is increased by 25%. So it'll be 22 seconds and 25%, 75%. So you're looking at 11 seconds to get off the ground with no Mither. Worse than that, pretty sure. Why do I have the grandma calculator? 45 times 0.75. That's not right. $11.25 seconds to get off the ground with no Mither and Unbreakable. Okay. I guess there's knockout. Negative 25%, guys. Oh boy. Oh boy. Meanwhile, survivors get up 100% faster and killer has an effect. A perk that reduces the speed they can get up by 25%. What the fuck? You know there's one killer, right? Do they know that there's one killer in the game? I don't think they do. Knockout. Guess I'll have to use knockout. Like, it's like piss drop in the bucket, guys. Absolute drop in the bucket. That's why it was never a good idea in the first place. It's bugging me. No idea, guys. We'll have to make a highlight of this too. Not that it really matters, but we will. What would you call this? The Mori update? People complained about no mither. 700 upvotes, and the complaint here is that no mither was devalued. By the way, no mither still works. It still works just as good as it did before. Because it's a buff. But they're just complaining about no mither. Got no acknowledgement of the hacker update. Yeah. Said that too. No reason to take Boon Exponential. I mean, it gives everyone super fast pickup speed. It's the same as it did before, which is 100%. Giving everyone the same effect as Unbreakable. The entire team the same effect of Unbreakable. Twins are going to fade into the abyss. They're already in the abyss. Yeah, I was actually thinking about playing twins at one point. Yeah, no way. Like, you have to slug as twins. That's the only way to play them. Because of how they work. I appreciate attempts to get rid of bleeding people out for 4 minutes. I mean, it's not going to change that. If I'm going to slug for 4K, that just means you're going to get off the ground. I'm going to put you back on the ground, and it's going to take even longer. I'm not changing how I play for 4K, because I want a fucking 4K. Yeah. As long as it works, it just means it's going to take longer. It doesn't mean that they're going to have a better chance of getting out. It just means they're going to take longer, and we'll more than likely see more people DC exploit. The recovery is set to 45 seconds so they can listen to feedback and nerf it to 60 seconds on release. That's possible. I don't think so, though. I think it's going to stay at 45. 60 seconds would be too long for Survivor mains. They'd complain about that. Also very bad for Myers, Oni, Plague, pretty much any killer who has a short window to insta-down, and slugging is the smartest way to use them. Yeah, that's true. Killers that have one-shot powers. I haven't think of Myers just went from D tier to F tier. He's not D tier. Actually, no, I take that back. Yeah, it definitely hurts Myers a lot. In the way that I play him, because you have to end up killing a bunch of people at the same time. Yeah, basically it just leaves Tombstone Myers. It's also kill Onryo's Condemn playstyle that pretty much relies on slugging and letting teammates pick up. There's a tuber somewhere that decided to play Onryo and try to make her work. And somehow did. Probably playing against shitters, probably on the Ireland server. Some streamers, as I mentioned, are very, very sus in general, but then they also play on the Ireland server, which makes them even more sus. Like, they don't get generally very difficult survivors, and then they just shit all over them anyways, because they seem to know where everyone is. Dead. Best... Honestly, the dumbest fucking justification I've ever seen. Where is it? I hate threading. On Reddit. Get a Mori after the game you already won. Yeah. Yeah, it does really hurt Myers a lot. Any instant down killer. I wasn't really thinking about that. Myers requires that you slug people. Yeah. In order to get your benefit out of your power, you usually have to slug. This is essentially it is basically unbreakable. Wins down with Victor across the map. Yep. Really nerfs twins considerably. They're unplayable. Starstruck Awakened Awareness Nurse. Yep. The only problem with this update, and it's usual, it's a nurse. Fuck off. Yeah, you get that one guy that can actually down everyone on the team within 45 seconds and make a clip for YouTube that everyone thinks everyone does on the game. Yeah, I still remember that clip that was circling on Twitter. And people were like, oh my god, nerf nurse. You know, like the one guy that does it because his stars align, literally. And then gets butthurt about it. It was with, it wasn't with Starstruck. It was with, Haunted Ground. Haunted Ground and Retribution, I believe it was. The one that lets you see everyone after you have a totem broken. You've activated my trap card. Oh my god, every killer's like this. Oh no, a killer Mori'd me out of spite. I'll never mentally recover. Seriously, people being targeted by Moris. Yeah, you are not being targeted by a Mori. Hey. Ah, the RPer. I actually will sometimes do a Nemesis or Wesker. If I see a Jill or Chris, I pop Mori specifically for them. Aha! Wow, the one RPer in Dead by Daylight running at low MMR. Got him good. Oh, Jesus Christ. I had everything about this concern about ending the game with a Mori unfounded. Yeah. You can already end the game early with a Force Log anymore. It doesn't change that. Yeah, we talked about that. Everything about the Survivor buffs in this, even changing how the Mori works for Killer, is bad. Everything, the Survivors get a buff, the Killer gets a nerf, and then the Killer gets a cosmetic thing. Just, like, remove the whole nerf and buff and just throw those guys out, and then cosmetic thing for Killer that doesn't fucking matter because the game's over. Base Kit Unbreakable is not going to help with toxicity. Apparently, slugging is toxic. And there's a entitled piece of shit right there, guys. Hey, you're trying to win. Don't try to win. Only we are allowed to try to win. Fuck off, dude. Give survivors hatch at the end. It's unfounded to be able to kill the last guy. It should be optional. God, even something like this, which is incredibly survivor-sided, guys, you're still seeing people bitch. You're still seeing survivors bitch and think that they got the shaft. This is never going to be played again, yeah. Wait, so Unbreakable is like a universal exponential now. Yes. Exponential is going to work the exact same way. If anything, Exponential got nerfed this update, having the only point of it removed, being able to pick yourself up. You can still pick yourself up. You recover faster and you pick yourself up. There's Base Kit Unbreakable now. And he has 20 point upvotes. The fuck is this shit? Like you have Base Kit Unbreakable. You can pick yourself up no matter what. And the only thing that matters on the perk is how fast you can pick yourself up. Ah. Huh. Trying to be fresh but utterly clueless. Yeah, they didn't even give there's no trade-off here. It's just killers got fucked, survivors got buffed, and then there's a little bit of a, hey, shiny, look at this fucking cosmetic that you could already use in the game. Another garbage change to compensate for Nurse being OP. The fuck does this have to do with Nurse? There's a lot of killers at Slug. You can... 101 points. Suck my dick. God. Huh. What's funny is even as you choose chases. What's funny is that even with these changes, Nurse is probably the least affected. Time limits don't mean much to the most mobile killer in the game, with shortest time to down. Yeah, no fucking shit. But then they still talk about Nurse, like this update's about Nurse. Ani will probably become nigh unplayable. Oh, jeez, guys. Yeah. Nurse doesn't really... Nurse is... Basically, it's a buff for Nurse, and like they're pretending that this is about Nurse. This has nothing to do with Nurse. People, guys. One second, guys. Oh, they're the more offering is just if you get a Mori, Then it gives you extra BP. Yeah. Weird. But yeah, no Mori. Everyone has Unbreakable. Recovery speeds are now modified by pickup speed. Or not recovery speed, your ability to get off the ground. Stuff that affects your ability to get off the ground just now modifies recovery speed. Bill dies in a pallet mag just as a distract the killer for 45 seconds to get Bill alive. It's not going to be 45 seconds. Basically, everyone's going to be running Unbreakable at high MMR. It's going to become universal. I thought Reassurance was going to become universal, but Survivors are fucking entitled pigs. So, entitled pieces of shit. So. Killers can down someone from across the map. That's basically twins. Plugging isn't even a problem in the game for 3,539 killers. Just legit misplay on the Survivor's part. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And they should be punished for that. At high MMR, that doesn't happen normally. Where you get a bunch of people on the ground, that does not happen, with the exception being nurse or twins. Why do people keep thinking this is about nurse? It's like people that watch Survivor streamers. Instead of fixing killers that can have easier slugs, that can actually be quite unfair to survivors, they decided to straight up remove... Well, it wasn't unfair in the case of twins, that was their playstyle, they had the slug. Straight up remove strategy from the game because survivors misplay in a group and group up and don't like the killer outplaying them in a way like this. Yeah. Everyone understood the slugging up there is up there with tunneling and camping when it's not actually something unfair to the killer. Does that the survivors can do nothing about if a pig gets a 4-man slug that's misplaying survivors. Never remembered how to spell prestige. Prestige. Ah, no IE. Stored the Bloodwebs with the Prestige update, and now... Wrong one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're just going to add it to the game. It might be tweaked slightly, but they're 100% going to add this to the game. He's talking about it mattering, it's not going to. And just Doom posts his new mechanical work upgrade. No, it's fucked. It's not going to work properly. Tunneling, camping, and slugging are all independent mechanics. Totally balanced. I'm a killer main. I played Trapper once in 2016 and I approved this change. BT Unbreakable got made base kit before Kindred. I can't anymore. This game isn't a horror game, it's a comedy. It wasn't a horror game anyways, but that aside. Now that changes your company 6.3, what the hell's with the update going to be? Are they saying there's another dev post with them? Good question. Dogshit posts for literally everyone? No, Survivor memes are jacking off right now. They're trying to make a system for paid Moris. Paid Moris should be a thing anyways, but putting that aside. They're going to change it. It probably means they're going to have Mori cosmetic effects. If they want them in a particular part of the map, they're probably going to add new Moris for the ending Mori. The Sable Squad trolls are invincible now. Or in Miraculous Unbreakable win that already win anyways, yes. Does this mean you can automatically win the game if Art slugs everybody within 45 seconds? Changes the dev eyes, they needed something to balance out the Mori change. Talked about that when I was talking about the actual the patch notes themselves. Yeah, it does seem like they feel like they need to take something from Killer by giving them a cosmetic update. Nurse buff. It's not a buff to nurse. No mither nerf. This is a survivor main hardcore. Killers will be able to heavily capitalize on this playstyle, mainly nurse. If you're everyone's getting down in 45 seconds, you're doing something wrong to begin with. Or they got really, really fucking lucky, or they're cheating. Those squads get a major buff. Even without that, you basically, if they keep sabling shit, you're forced to drop the survivor anyways, or they'll just wiggle off regardless, and both things usually happen at the same time. Changes sable squads at all. It's basically people that are going to hover pallets. Hover pallets and flashlight saves, where you have to chase someone off really fast. Soul Guard is less valuable and interesting. No, you're a dumbass. Exponential joins Dark Theory and Worthless Boons if you consider the fact that Unbreakable is basically the same thing as Exponential, except that your entire team gets it, I guess. This is definitely just a straight... This 62 points, guys. This is a straight-up Survivor main. That's fucking obnoxious. This just doesn't even make sense. Like, just purely biased standpoint. Get away, unless you're a survivor. This is very much a survivor patch. It very much helps survivors out. And no comment on cheaters? Yep. Can't Mori everyone now. I can only Mori one person. That's the whole damn point of bringing a Mori. No shit. So you also can't use a Mori for a gameplay advantage, like to bypass certain perks or prevent people from blocking you from the hook. So you can't use Moris now as a little bit of a buff to killer gameplay, which I don't generally run Moris, but you could still use it to buff killer gameplay. Yep. Oh, basically just a fucking nerf to killers. Okay. I can bring back Mori Devour. Alright, guys. Well, there's that. Okay. Well, we covered that. We're going to take a look at the NVIDIA keynote. We were supposed to yesterday, but my upload died, my stream died, so we'll take a peek at that tonight now. I guess we're just going to have a podcast tonight. We got a lot of stuff to cover here, so maybe not. We'll still play games. We'll see. I'm going to take a piss real quick and wash up my coffee cup, guys. Right back, and we'll watch the keynote. Part of it, maybe. This is pretty long, so I think we're going to cover. We're only going to cover part of it, and I think we're going to watch a recap instead. So, let's take a peek.
Century ago, GPUs revolutionized 3D graphics and created a medium with an infinite palette for artists. At SIGGRAPH 2018, we launched NVIDIA RTX, a new GPU architecture that extended programmable shaders with 2 new processors. RT cores accelerate real-time ray tracing. Tensor cores process matrix operations central to deep learning. RTX opened a new frontier for computer scientists, and a flood of new algorithms have appeared. A new era of RTX neural rendering has started. Today, we're announcing Ada Lovelace, our 3rd generation RTX. One Ada GPU powers Racer X. This generation is named after mathematician Ada Lovelace, who is often regarded as the world's first computer programmer. NVIDIA engineers worked closely with TSMC to create the 4N process, optimized for GPUs. This process lets us integrate 76 billion transistors and over 18,000 CUDA cores, 70% more than the Ampere generation. Ada evolves all 3 RTX processors. First, a new streaming multiprocessor with 90 teraflops, over 2 times the previous generation. Ada's SM includes a major new technology called shader execution reordering, which reschedules work on the fly, giving a 2 to 3 times speed up for ray tracing. SCR is as big an innovation as out-of-order execution was for CPUs. Second, a new RT core with twice the ray triangle intersection throughput, and 2 important new hardware units. A new opacity micromap engine speeds up ray tracing of alpha test geometry by a factor of 2 times. And a new micromesh engine, which increases geometric richness without the BVH build and storage cost. And third, a new tensor core with the Hopper FP8 transformer engine and 1.4 petaflops of tensor processing. Raw ray tracing horsepower is not enough to ensure high frame rates. Ray tracing is notoriously hard to parallelize because rays bounce in every direction and intersect surfaces of various types. GPUs are highly parallel and most efficient when processing similar work at the same time. Ray tracing workloads lead to different threads processing different shaders or accessing memory that is hard to coalesce or cache. Shader execution reordering, SER, improves execution efficiency by rescheduling shading workloads on the fly to better utilize the GPU resources. We're seeing up to 2 to 3 times increase in ray tracing and 25% in overall game performance.
That means it's only going to take your performance by 30% instead of 50.
Is a full stack challenge. Breakthroughs require innovation in architecture and design, as well as algorithms. For example, NVIDIA's RTX GI uses ray tracing to do real-time multi-bounce indirect lighting. RTX DI uses ray tracing to do direct illumination from millions of lights, casting shadows from all lights. RTX DI is used for emissive surfaces, such as billboards, TV screens, neon tubes. NVIDIA real-time denoisers is a spatial temporal denoising technique that takes an incomplete ray-traced image and infers the ground truth, reducing the number of rays needed. And DLSS, Deep Learning Super Resolution, is one of our greatest achievements. Ray tracing requires insane amounts of computation.
It does.
Each frame of a
Well, it's
CGI
kind of pointless.
movie takes hours to render. We want to do this in real time. NVIDIA RTX opened the world to real-time ray tracing. RT cores do BVH traversal and ray triangle intersection testing, which saves the SMs from spending thousands of instructions on each ray. But even with RT cores, frame rates were too low for games. We needed another breakthrough. Enter deep learning. DLSS uses a convolutional autoencoder AI model and takes the low-resolution current frame and the high-resolution previous frame to predict on a pixel-by-pixel basis a high-resolution current frame.
62 FPS.
The AI model is trained to predict an ultra-high-resolution 16K reference image. The difference between the predicted and reference image is used to train the neural network. The process is repeated tens of thousands of times until the network can predict a high-quality image. Ada introduces DLSS 3, a new AI that generates entirely
Also, Ada
new
Lovelace wasn't the
frames
first
rather
programmer.
than just
I mean, you
pixels.
could argue it,
DLSS 3
but then there's
has
also
4
punch cards that
components.
predate her,
A
and
new
then obviously
optical
Turing
flow
later on.
accelerator, game
They already
engine
made a
motion
GPU based on.
vectors, a convolutional autoencoder AI frame
Punch cards, I
generator,
believe, were
and our
1800. I just looked at the
reflex
article.
super low latency
I thought punch
pipeline.
cards were earlier, and they were,
DLSS 3 processes
binary.
the new frame and the prior frame to discover how the scene is changing. The optical flow accelerator provides the neural network with the direction and velocity of pixels from frame to frame. Pairs of frames from the game, along with the geometry and pixel motion vectors, are then fed into a neural network
That is curious.
that generates.
You got to be careful of
intermediate
retconning, guys.
frames.
People love to
DLSS
just change the
3
narrative.
generates
It's like
entirely
everything
new
nowadays.
frames.
So you have to
without
go back and look at
processing the
history just to make
graphics
sure that
pipeline,
things are correct as they're be
boosting
stating.
game performance by up to
Yeah.
4 times over brute force rendering. Because DLSS 3 generates a new frame without involving the game, it benefits both GPU and CPU limited games. For CPU limited games, like physics heavy or large world games, DLSS 3 allows the Ada GPU to render the game at a much higher frame rate than the CPU is able to compute the game.
What? How the fuck does that work? You're offloading CPU work to the GPU? How? What? Is he just operating on the premise of a lower resolution? The fuck is this assertion? Lower resolution will obviously make the game run faster, right? But if it's CPU bound, it's not going to change that. Unless there's some sort of acceleration.
DLSS 3 is one of our greatest.
No, that was
neural
pretty
rendering
playing it
inventions.
pretty loose and fast right
Here
there,
is
guys.
Cyberpunk 2077.
So that's operating under the assertion because you're running at a lower render resolution. It's going to speed up CPU rendering, which possibly could be the case, but at the same time, probably not. So that was a pretty big asterisk right there, by the way. Yeah, no, GPU rendering, sure. CPU rendering, CPU bound scenario. Oh, no, not even a bad CPU. So bad implies it's just slower, right? So if it's CPU bound, that means the CPU is doing some sort of calculations that take longer. In most cases, reducing resolution will not reduce your CPU bottleneck. It's something else along the way. So if you get CPU bound anyways, no matter what, you can only reduce your resolution or reduce the workload on the GPU so far till you're CPU bound. And at that point, it's basically just waiting for CPU work. So it'd have to offload some of the work from the CPU. I think what he's implying is because you're rendering at a lower resolution, which is what DLSS does, by the way. It renders at a lower resolution and then upscales the image and just adds algorithms to make it look better. So it's very close to an upscaled version of it. Just a really nice looking upscaled version of it. In this case, it definitely seems like he was just implying that because it's rendering at a lower resolution, it's going to speed up your CPU. And that's definitely not always how it works. When you end up CPU bound, there's almost like you need just a better CPU is what it turns into. And in a bunch of different ways, it could be cores, it could be free operating frequency, it could be cache. There's all different weird things in the CPU that could do it. Yeah, that was a pretty weird assertion right there.
Shown in all new max ray tracing mode with SCR and DLSS 3.
Cyberpunk, by the way, Edge Runners is pretty fantastic, guys. You should take a look at it if you're in anime. Pretty good. Pretty good. Did not expect it. It's not arcane good, but it's still pretty good.
Takes an incredible amount of computational horsepower. In a modern game like Cyberpunk,
yeah, that was fast and loose. I caught that one though.
Ray tracing calculations for every pixel.
He just threw
as
that
determined
curveball out the outside of
That's a 16 times
the batting
increase
box
from
or
the
whatever it's
time
called.
we first introduced real-time
There's a
ray
box that
tracing
you have to
4
throw the
years
ball in
ago.
with in baseball.
Yet the
I don't
number
remember
of
the name of it,
transistors
just
we have
batting
available
box.
in a GPU to do these calculations have
If you
not
don't, like
increased
on the
at that
outside
rate.
edge, just like gaming the
That's
ref,
the
seeing
power
what
of
he actually
RTX.
tolerates.
We can deliver a
It's part of being a
16
pitcher.
times increase in 4 years.
By the way, guys,
with
people that say baseball isn't a real sport are just full of shit. Like, baseball is a very technical sport, so it's not the same thing as, like, running and, like, in football or soccer, right? Or, European football, I guess, as the kids say. It's not the same thing, but baseball gets very technical, and that's why it's actually, baseball is really big in Japan, for instance, because they love the technical aspect of it. And, you know, it's not just all Babe Ruth just hitting a bunch of swings. There's all different sorts of weird ways of gaming it. It's actually a pretty cool sport. A lot of people just don't, like, there's a lot of nuances in it. It's like playing Dead by Daylight and going, oh, it's a party game, or something like that. There's a lot of weird nuances in baseball that you have to understand.
artificial intelligence. Some pixels are calculated, most are predicted. Let's enjoy Microsoft Flight Simulator, a game that is CPU limited
Generally.
because of the realistic physics and the giant worlds. It is one of the longest running franchises. This is Flight Sim's 40th anniversary.
He talks
With
really
beta
fucking
and
slow. I don't know
DLSS3,
why.
Flight Simulator
things longer?
is silky smooth.
Maybe to enunciate properly, but he talks really fucking slow. It's like 30% slower than normal. DLSS actually increases your frame rate because it does, but we need to look at the after footage, compare the two images to see what's broken or not. New version of DLSS actually worked pretty good though, to be fair, just like FSR, which is AMD's variant. Difference being FSR works basically for almost all AMD generations and works with NVIDIA GPUs. And it can drastically increase your FPS at almost no, well, generally not perceivable
I'm thrilled to
quality.
announce
So if you're on a
RTX.
shitty
NVIDIA
GPU, it's really a
Lightspeed
win for you.
Studios used Omniverse to remaster one of the most celebrated games in history. Portal was developed by Valve and released in 2007. It was GDC's Game of the Year and exhibited at the Smithsonian. Portal RTX is both nostalgic and futuristic at the same time. Let's take a look.
This was a triumph. I'm making a note here. Huge
Iconic game.
success. We do what
It's like
we
one of the
must
last original
because
games
we
that
can.
Valve made. It's
For
basically
the good
Portal, and obviously Portal
of
2.
us,
And
it's
you could
a
go,
good
oh,
one
what
for
about
a day.
Dota? Dota was literally a developer
Welcome
that
to
they
the
bought.
Aperture Science Computer-Aided Enrichment
And Portal
Center.
is like, what, 12 years old at this point? 10 years old?
Cake and grief counseling will be available at the conclusion of the test. The Enrichment Center regrets to inform you that this next test is impossible.
I was at 720p. Suck my dick game. YouTube. Suck my dick,
What are
YouTube.
you doing? Stop it.
Yeah. With RTX, oh my god, oh my god.
We...
Portal
Because
with RTX
because Steam doesn't actually, or Valve doesn't need to make money. If you didn't know, they have the cash printing machine, which is Steam, so they don't need to make money. Like, hey guys, here's this free update for a video game. Oh, it's free, by the way, and that's because we literally employ people to do nothing at our company.
is a mod.
Welcome to the utopia that is Valve.
We
I still
did it in
remember,
Omniverse.
just segue here, guys. I still remember hearing about what it's like to work at Valve and how their kind of rule book for how they play there, their manifesto or the like employment manual, and basically you can just work on whatever the fuck you want there, and don't really do much of anything. Which is why we don't see anything from Valve anymore, because they just do whatever the fuck they want.
Modding is
And
a
then they make
massive
something
culture.
like the Steam machine that just immediately no one gives a shit about because it's Linux, without making a good wrapper for it. So a way of playing games in Linux, and wine doesn't always work that well. So instead of making a way of transitioning from Windows to Linux, they're like, hey guys, here's just a good version of Linux. And then it still has all the problems Linux does. Fuck Nix. Fuck Linux so hard. It is not made for your normal everyday consumer. It's not ready for that.
Sure.
And then they made the Steam Deck,
Everyone
which
a
is
creator. There
just
are
a
millions of
giant Game
modders.
Boy.
and billions of mods
I
are
guess,
downloaded
for games
each
that you
year.
want to play your computer
In
because they
fact,
require a full screen.
9 of the 10 most popular competitive
I'm sure that's just
games
sitting.
owe
The
their
Steam Decks have been shipping for a while now. I'm sure they're just sitting on people's desks because they literally don't use them because it's just all it is just a computer that's smaller, right? And the cases where you're going to use it, you want to play a party game because you're on a trip, right? A mobile game. You want to play something while you're on a mobile, because there's all sorts of downsides to playing with a really tiny screen. Yeah, the best. By the way, probably one of the best cases for a mobile device is Nintendo, and they really should have went. They should have ported all their stuff to phones. They should have made all their games mobile games, and they would have made a boatload. They could still do it, make a boatload of money. But for some reason, they feel as though they have to segment themselves out with their an NES, right, or their new Nintendo Switch, or the Switch or Switch Pro or whatever the fuck it is now. Yeah, a Wii Switch thing. And the handheld, which I believe is a DS now.
their existence to mods. We created an Omniverse application called RTX Remix for game modding. Start the game and capture the game into USD, which is loaded into Omniverse. Here, we're using Elder Scrolls Morrowind from Bethesda, one of the top modded games of all time. Once in RTX Remix, the AI-assisted toolset has deep learning models to upres textures and assets, and an AI model to convert materials to have physically accurate properties.
It looks like
rich
they added a
Omniverse
weird lighting source on
ecosystem
the
of
right side in
creative
that one, though.
tools can then be used to enhance the game assets. When done, export the RTX mod pack and play the game with the RTX renderer.
Skyrim? Not Skyrim. They should have made it. They should have made a mod for Skyrim that would have literally sold. That would have printed money.
RTX
Like
Remix
Bethesda games in general.
is incredible tech and the most advanced game modding tool ever created. Portal RTX and RTX Remix will be available
I believe that
shortly
means
after
it's
ADA
tools that you
launch.
can use to make mods of the
RTX
RTX
neural
remake.
rendering
Remix.
algorithms run on programmable shaders, RT cores, and tensor cores to create amazing images. The total processing throughput of Ada is a massive leap over the Ampere generation, and the
I don't remember what
performance
the OFA
shows.
is.
For rasterized games, Ada is up to 2 times faster, and it's
Pretty
4
fast.
times
Once
faster
again, there's
for
a reason I suggested that 3080s are going to be $200. And this is part of it. It's not just 2 times. Apparently it's 2.5 times in things like Cyberpunk. Yeah.
traced games. Ada is incredibly energy efficient, over twice the performance at the same power compared to Ampere, and you can really push Ada. We've overclocked Ada past 3 gigahertz in our labs. RTX reinvented graphics. Now
Pretty
Ada
fast.
is paving the way for future games to be fully simulated worlds like Racer X. Today we're announcing our highly anticipated NVIDIA Ada Lovelace GPU, the GeForce RTX 4090. NVIDIA engineers push technologies on every front. New SM with shader execution reordering. New RT core with opacity micromap and micro mesh engines.
Apparently,
New Tensor
AMD's
Core
next GPUs
with
are going to be
FP8 transformer
very
engine.
cheap, relatively.
And a pixel
Apparently, it's supposed to be
processing
incredibly. Oh,
300
$1,600.
tops.
It's going to be $1,600. They're still on crypto prices. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit, guys. They are still on crypto prices here.
Optical
For
flow
4090?
accelerator
How much is
with
the
DLSS
3090? That was like,
4
what,
times
1200?
more processing
No, actually, I
throughput.
think that was 2090 is
Compared to the
1200. I think
world's
1500 for
reigning
3090s. But
GPU
that's once again
the
during crypto rush.
3090 Ti.
That's a lot of money.
4090 is 2 times faster on Microsoft Flight Simulator, 3
Yeah.
times faster on Portal RTX, and 4 times faster on Racer X. The GeForce RTX 4090, the new
Racer
heavyweight
X,
chip,
I assume, is just the
is
RTX.
$1599. Available October 12th. The
That's
GeForce RTX 4080 comes in 16 gigabyte and 12 gigabyte versions.
going to change the
4080
bus, isn't it?
Is 3 times the performance of 3080 Ti
Which
on
one?
Racer X. 4080 starts at $899. The best
There's prices there.
40
By the way, so the 16 gigabyte version is $1,200 and
starts at $899.
4080 is $900. But I'm guessing there's going to be a difference between this two, not just memory capacity. It's probably going to be the bus bit, which matters depending on the games you're playing. So these are actually, even though they're both 4080s, they're probably not going to perform the same bus width. The bus width.
The best gaming platform in the world just got better. Our 30
It's not going to be as simple as just $900.
$329 are the best GPUs in the world serving mainstream gamers.
What about the 3080 for
RTX
$200?
And RTX 4080 GPUs starting at $899 delivered the
So
ultimate
3080s are
performance
$500 right now on eBay. You can
The Ada
routinely find them
Lovelace
for that price, and that's before.
advances all
GPU miners still have not dumped, guys. They've been $500 prior to the ETH merge. That means everyone's just trying to grit their teeth and hope it's going to go away. And I suspected after the merge is going to be 1 to 2 months before the prices go to $200. And so it's going to be end of November. Basically, Christmas is when you're going to see shit go like just ape shit.
all three RTX processors, the engines of neural rendering.
Everyone is just
Ada
pretending
is
that
a
it's not
quantum
happening
leap
and
for gamers,
that prices are going to
paves
come
the
back,
way
and they
for
haven't because
creators
they
of
can't
fully
support how many
simulated
GPUs there
worlds
were.
like Omniverse.
I think this is all showcasing for the most part. I don't want to go through. I mean, it's pretty, right? Yeah. Oh, maybe there's some other stuff in here. Robotics platform, Isaac Drive, Clara, NVIDIA AI, large language models, Hopper and Grace Hopper. I believe that's their. I fucking miss physics in video games, guys. I'm gonna keep saying this. There was a big push for physics during the PhysX, right? Agia PhysX, when they're doing all sorts of shit with that. And then after Agia got bought out, it just went and tanked itself. They were the driving force behind like really good physics in games. They were the driving force, and then after that happened, it dried up. AMD just stopped caring, NVIDIA stopped caring, and now instead we have RTX instead of good physics. Yeah, even though RTX is basically physics, right? Like light's physics. Even though light is still physics, they're capitalizing on the shitty tech instead of stuff that really influences video games, which was physics. PhysX in the case of Agia. And I miss that. I miss, like, the water simulations you saw. There's all sorts of absolutely phenomenal improvements that happened during PhysX, and then it went forward, and then it went back. And same thing happened with Creative with the Sound Blaster with EAX. It went up, and then EAX died out, basically. Creative Windows 7 killed off the hardware accelerated audio, and then it went down because EAX just dropped the ball after that point. Creative dropped the ball after that point, and they're just like, yeah, let's just build some cheap, shitty sound cores. We can just chips for sound cards, right? And there's basically no difference between them and another manufacturer except for the quality of their components now, which is a bad place to be. EAX audio in games used to be much, much better during the EAX there's late O's and late 90s and early O's is when sound was the best in video games. And it might seem counterintuitive because you're like, wow, we have so much more CPU horsepower. We do. But the games aren't made for it anymore. They aren't trying to add features featuring sound anymore. Same thing with PhysX. PhysX was big at the late O's, and then Agia got bought up by NVIDIA, and now it's just a shell of its former self. Occasionally you'll see physics events in games, and your game will just start stuttering and shit. You're like, oh my god, this is so terrible. Because it's true. Unreal Engine. Pretty sure. You can tell based on how the board that they use here. Not here. It's like a flow chart for events happening in the game. They have a name for it. Cool. Let's fast forward. This is really long. We have to fast forward here, guys.
Metaverse applications. Omniverse is useful wherever digital and physical worlds meet. One of the most is and create a custom 3D pipeline to orchestrate and manage their work. The architectural design process commonly uses apps like Revit, Rhino, SketchUp.
I don't think we're going to... Let's take a look at the wrap-up here, guys, and then we're going to take a look at a synopsis instead.
An award-winning architectural design firm. Partners. Today we announced new chips, new advances to our platforms, and for the very
Get through this because I don't want to spend an hour and a half watching this.
The Ada Lovelace generation
Mainly gonna be
advances
technical
all three
and,
RTX processors, the engines of neural rendering. Ada is a quantum leap for gamers and paves the way for creators of fully simulated worlds like Racer X. Large language models and recommender systems are the
Bland.
two most important AI models today. Hopper,
He has some big
with
fingers.
its transformer engine, will make large
Fucking
language
talons.
models accessible to everyone. Hopper is in full production and coming soon to power the world's AI factories. Recommenders run the digital economy. Grace Hopper, with 7 times increase in fast memory capacity, will be a giant leap for recommender systems. Systems will be available in the first half of 2023. OVX is the Omniverse computer and ideal to scale out metaverse applications. Our second generation OVX is powered by Ada Lovelace L40 data center GPUs. L40 is in full production. Combining the transformer engine of Hopper, the GPU of Ada, and the amazing CPU of Grace, Thor will power the centralized car computers of autonomous vehicles starting in 2025. And like Orange,
SoC.
Thor will be the processor
Not really that big of
for
a deal.
robotics,
SoCs are mainly
medical
dominated by
instruments,
ARM.
industrial automation, and edge
System
AI
on a chip.
systems. We have more than 3.5 million developers creating some
Basically, you can imagine a
3,000
small system
accelerated
on
apps using our 550 SDKs
PCB.
and AI models. New SDKs increase the capability and performance of systems our customers already own, while opening new markets for accelerated computing. Over the past 12 months, we updated more than 100 SDKs and introduced 25 new ones. The NeMo Large Language Model Service is a NVIDIA-managed cloud service to adapt pre-trained large language models to perform specific tasks. The BioNeMo LLM is a service to create large language models that understands chemicals, proteins, DNA, and RNA sequences. NVIDIA Omniverse Cloud is an infrastructure as a service that connects Omniverse applications running in the cloud, on-prem, or on a device. New Omniverse containers, Replicator for synthetic data generation, Farm for scaling render farms, and IsaacSim for building and training AI robots are now available for cloud deployment. For ROS developers using AWS RoboMaker, Isaac containers are in the marketplace. 80% of the world's internet traffic is video, and user-generated video streams will be increasingly augmented by AI special effects and computer graphics. Avatars will do computer vision, speech AI.
I got a 1660 Ti because I thought it would be perfectly compatible with all the stuff that NVIDIA is doing. No, you need tensor cores, and that's a 2060. Back when I bought it, like when 2017 or 18? Back when I bought it, 17, 18? 18, I think. Back when I bought it, I was like, oh boy, I'm getting the cheapest one I can because it's all I'll need, and then I ended up needing tensor cores, so I can't do half the NVIDIA shit. I still use RTX voice, as you guys can tell, and I use the NVIDIA encoder, but I'm hoping the 4000 series has an improvement to the NVIDIA encoder and get even better because I'll definitely upgrade. I don't even use a CPU encoder anymore, guys, unless you have a really fast system. Then NVENC is just better, assuming you have one of the new 2000 plus series, and the 1660 Ti is 2000 plus.
Language understanding and computer animation in real time and at cloud scale. To make this possible, we've been building acceleration libraries like CVCUDA, a cloud runtime engine called UCF, Unified Computing Framework, and Omniverse ACE, Avatar Cloud Engine, and a sample application called Tokyo for customer service avatars.
Customer service avatars. They're targeting VR chat, but for customer service representatives.
The world's largest professional services firm is bringing new services built on NVIDIA AI and NVIDIA Omniverse to the world's enterprises. Deloitte's 350,000 professionals will help the world's enterprises use NVIDIA application frameworks to build modern multi-cloud applications for customer service, cybersecurity, industrial automation,
helps out the porn industry.
and retail automation.
VR porn? Yeah.
We have a great GTC for you, with over 200 talks from the brightest minds in science and industry. You're going to see amazing advances powered by accelerated computing and AI. Enjoy.
There are a couple different ones. We're going to look through all these. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. So as I mentioned, I didn't want to take a look at this whole the whole keynote. I just want to see the big facts, and then
I am an explorer.
Oh God.
And brilliant minds.
Enough of that. That's promotional bullshit at the end. We're gonna take a look at Gamers Nexus's take on it. They usually do a pretty good job. Melting GPU power cables. Care. Absurd announcements. We're gonna take a look at this. Let's take a look at the recap now. This is going to condense stuff for us
announced its new RTX
and catch stuff I
4080 and
missed.
RTX 4090 GPUs. They're priced at $900 at the lowest end, $1,600 at the highest end. There's a middle step
No,
as
4070.
well. And the company also announced DLSS 3, which is actually a pretty major talking point this time around. It's not just a revision. They're doing a lot more with it. Now, of course, we'll test it independently, see if it's any good once it comes out. But it's something you should be aware of because the moves they're making here are exiting sort of just ray tracing is cool territory and entering this might actually affect the wider industry.
Yep.
So,
which is why I wish they did
NVIDIA
physics instead of ray
focused its
tracing. They
announcement
definitely
today
should have
on
done physics.
supporting modders, for example, talking about Omniverse, which is its software suite, and also talked about metaverse marketing BS. But we'll skip that part. Before that, this video is brought to you by Fractal and the Pop Air cases. The Fractal Pop did well in our recent review, performing admirably thermally while also offering unique color variations for the chassis body. The Fractal Pop Air is a relatively compact mid-tower.
Sorry guys, feeding ads.
Fairly packed with technical information. And the cards, so starting with the 4090, the specs, the RTX 4090 is priced at $1,600. And NVIDIA says it launches on October 12th. It says that it will run 2 times faster in Microsoft Flight Sim than the RTX 3090 Ti. That is obviously a massive jump in performance, and the pricing, the value determination, that'll be a little more difficult. We're gonna have to wait till we can actually review it and use our own data to make a judgment on the value of the card. But they're claiming 2 times faster in Flight Sim, 3 times faster in Portal RTX, which is a new Portal rehash rendered with RTX, and they claim 4 times faster in Racer X, which is another basically right now tech demo that NVIDIA was showing. Maybe it'll become a relevant game, but at the moment it's more or less the Star Wars tech demo they did previously. So those are the claims. Microsoft Flight Sim gives the best example of sort of normal performance for normal gaming that we'd all be used to. Now, a 2 times increase in performance at $1,600 versus the previously $1,900 to $2,000 plus 3090 Ti definitely makes 3090 Ti buyers feel bad. But we'll need more test data to talk about the true value again. And also, it's been a really screwy market where NVIDIA's prices got slashed almost in half over the last couple months. And so if you're looking at the original MSRP to the MSRP of the new stuff,
They're gonna
as
completely
opposed to the
change,
most
guys,
recent
next month or
price,
two.
the MSRP of the new stuff, those will give different answers as to if the value is good and if there's been actual improvement generationally, and we'll look at both of those angles in our reviews. We're going to come back in a moment to more specs comparisons of these GPUs, but for the next one, the pricing of the RTX 4080 is variable because there's 2 versions. So there's a 12 gigabyte model, and then there's a 16 gigabyte model. All of this is GDDR6X for the memory selection that NVIDIA is using this time around. And the 12 gigabyte model is priced at $900, 16 is $1,200. That is starting MSRP. Obviously, partners will scale on top of that. NVIDIA didn't give as much for performance details on this one.
Yeah.
It did note a 3x performance increase in Racer X. Means absolutely nothing to us. That holds 0 value right now. We have no idea what that means. It's not really a title that people can actually test, especially not with 40 series cards. So not super useful, but that's kind of the job function we serve once it comes out. As for dates, NVIDIA didn't explicitly announce the date for the RTX 4080 options, but they did say on the website sometime in November. And as a keynote here, AMD is announcing its RDNA 3 GPUs on November 3rd as one final shot across the bow before NVIDIA started its presentation. It announced that this morning, 2 hours before NVIDIA went live.
Saw that.
So taking a little bit of
hilarious.
shots there and trying to take some attention away from NVIDIA, which is all good. I mean, that's how these companies should work. So, all right,
Competition
specs.
is healthy,
NVIDIA
guys.
did not get into the specs in its presentation today in the keynote, but we were able to get them. These are the official specifications we're going to go over. First of all, remember that the cores and the architecture are different in Ada Lovelace GPUs. That's RTX 40 series. You're going to hear Ada a lot. That is the shorthand for the architecture or generational name of the RTX 40 cards. It means the same thing. It's like Ampere for the 30 series, Turing for the 20 series. They use scientist names if you're new here and you didn't know that. Pascal previously before the 20 series. So for the Ada GPU core, as with every generational improvement, there are differences architecturally that mean it's not a simple one-to-one comparison. There's not a linear increase in performance as the CUDA core count goes up. So if you see 16,000 with one generation versus
CUDA cores are only comparable within the generation.
It's not just as
or
simple
with,
as 6,000 more. Therefore,
AMD, it's the same way.
6,000 units better out of the total. So just want to make that really clear. Now for the
they can be
here,
comparable,
the
but
RTX
oftentimes
4090 has 16,384 CUDA cores. This is directly comparable to the other RTX 40 cards. So the 4080 has 9,728, and the 4080 12 gigabyte has 7,608.
So they did. It's not just a 4080 versus 4080. This is like a 4080 Ti versus a 4080. It's not 16 versus 12. This is 4080 Ti versus 4080. And then a 4090 is literally twice the 4080. Yikes. They did change the memory bus. I mentioned that, and that's not the only stipulation. So not only was the memory bus changed, it's also a CUDA core count. So this is literally just a 4080 Ti versus 4080, not 16 versus 12. It's not just memory.
80. This is really important. We're going to come back to this point in a second. NVIDIA noted verbally that it has hit upwards of 3,000 megahertz in its lab. It did not specify the conditions. We would assume overclocking or XOC, but they didn't clarify. Now, as for the clocks that are shipping, the RTX 4090 base clock is marked as 2230 megahertz, with boost marked as 2520 megahertz. This will vary partner to partner, of course. The partner models like MSI, Gigabyte, Asus,
Frozen?
not EVGA,
No.
will be able to boost higher for a higher stock clock like always. The 4080 16 gigabyte card runs at 2210 megahertz base, not much of a change here, and about the same boost at 2510. The 4080 12 gigabyte, this is important once again, runs higher at 2610 megahertz boost and 2310 megahertz base. It's actually really normal to see the clocks run higher on cards that are more cut down or slimmed down versions of a GPU because they have more boosting headroom to do so. Think of it at least thermally, ignoring everything else like power and density of everything. At least thermally, you're sort of reducing the density there, the thermal density, especially on these cards where boost, whatever version they're on now, 3.0 most recently, as boost scales with the temperature gradient, you have more room to increase the speeds, even if the core count is lower. Now, the memory interface runs 384 bits wide on the 24 gigabyte equipped RTX 4090. It's 256 bits wide on the 16
What matters the
gigabyte
most is
4080,
CUDA cores.
and it's 192 bits wide.
Probably
on the
followed by
12
memory
gigabyte
interface
4080.
speed, probably followed
the
by
lower
boost
end
clock,
4080 becomes
assuming
more
that
memory
it's
bandwidth
remotely close
constrained
to
than
each
the
other.
others. So it'll be a key test point for gaming use cases. Now, of note otherwise, NVIDIA got rid of NVLink and SLI. They are not on these boards. It's listed in the specs list as not available. And I've seen 4090s in person. It's not that technically we're not under NDA for those. That was before NVIDIA announced stuff, and those did not have NVLink bridges on them. So we know that's not going to be a thing, or they're called NVLink fingers for the bridge. So that's dead at this point.
Or you can do
at
it
least
over
on
PCI
consumer
Express.
parts. Maybe still on server or something. NVIDIA has
Because
officially
we're moving to PCI Express 5.0 now, so it's entirely possible that everything could just be done over PCIe now.
moved on from SLI now, though, unless they do like a 4090 Ti with it or something. Now, the power spec is interesting. So this was in the rumors
Also,
a lot.
they got rid of the technology like that because AMD stopped competing with them. But on the same front, it also fucks up their marketing segmentation. So if you can compare, well, I could buy two 4080s instead of getting a 4090, right? Or devalues their 4090. So they don't want to be comparable to each other as kind of like a ghetto version of a 4090. They just want you to be capable of just looking at this and buying this instead of that, right? They're basically taking away options from you as a consumer, which is something you don't want.
It is 450 watts for the 4090.
Not that they
Partner
completely
models
ironed
will
out all
have
the
room
problems
to
with
modify
Sly and
VBIOS
Crossfire,
and go higher
but
if
they were still
want.
options
It's not
at the end of the
uncommon
day.
to see a 50 watt increase on 450. So you may see something like Asus or MSI high-end boards going up to say 500 watts, but we don't know. NVIDIA tends to impose a limit for how high they're allowing the partner to go. The higher the power budget, the higher the clocks can boost, and that's beneficial for things like overclocking and for enthusiasts. but the power efficiency goes way out the window as you start exiting normally the base spec for it, which makes sense because it doesn't
Optimal
scale
curve,
nearly with
guys.
power. So the 4090 then 450 watts, it's 320 watts on the RTX 4080 16 gigabyte, and critically 285 watts on the 4080 12 gigabyte. Power connector requirements for the Founders Edition models that were announced, not the partner models, those will be different. List 3 PCIe 8-pin connectors with an adapter included for the 4090 to 12-pin, or one 450-watt PCIe Gen 5 cable. If you don't know what that is a 12-pin connector. It's different than the 30 series 12-pin connectors, and it will be sold with power supplies that are PCIe 5 ready. So that's what you need to look for, and they are called 12VH PWR connectors. So that's what you need. Now, the 4080 16 gigabyte lists 3 8-pin connectors or 1 PCIe Gen 5 requirement, and the 4080 12 gigabyte drops down to 2 PCIe 8-pin or 1 300-watt Gen 5 cable. Now, the 12 gigabyte 4080, we said we'd come back to a couple things.
June 28th.
So not only is it cutting the memory by 4 gigabytes, that's the most obvious number. It's going to be plastered all over the titles. You also need to be aware that it is a cut-down version of the 4080 16 gigabyte card. We don't know if it's the same GPU silicon or if it's physically smaller. We'll find out when we can open them. But for now, we know for a fact that the CUDA core count dropped to 7680 from 9728. So somewhat significant reduction there.
It's two 6-pin connectors
like
put together, which is the same as it was with 3000 series, only it's different.
And frequency changes as well, where it's a little higher
different
stock,
standard,
but you have other
layout.
limitations like power, where the 4080 12 gigabyte is 285 watts for the spec.
Which doesn't matter. It's just trying to make things more
the 4080 16
condensed.
gigabyte is running at a higher spec of 320 watts. What that means is that there's less boosting headroom, so when you're under constrained conditions, it might not be able to push as hard or far as the 4080 16 gigabyte. So that's really key. 16 and 12, it's more than just a memory difference, and as people get into A/B comparisons of them, they will need to try their best to control for those differences, but it will be very hard to really accurately portray it. You can do a good enough job, though, if you know what you're doing, but it's not quite as easy because they're not like for like. One note here, NVIDIA didn't make any mention of its partners in the official keynote. They have a photo of some partner cards on their newsroom post, but not sharing the stage at all from what we could tell, at least in the relevant part of the presentation, about the RTX 40 cards with any of its partners who remain, at least. Almost
no
sends
EVGA?
a bit of a message. We're not sure if it's an intentional message or an unintentional message, but given the backdrop of EVGA dropping NVIDIA right now, the only model on display is the FE model, which maybe lends a little bit more credibility to the trying to sort of verticalize GPUs under one umbrella, but they will still have partners. Perhaps NVIDIA is shifting its tone to avoid what it perceives as getting stabbed in the back in the future. I mean, that's how we would imagine they'd feel about EVGA ditching them in the manner that EVGA did. So that might be where it comes from. Architecture, NVIDIA worked with TSMC on the 4N process node for this, so that's a new node. And TSMC is now fabbing the GPU silicon for everybody, at least at some levels. AMD, NVIDIA, and Intel are all using them. Intel theoretically has the ability to fab its own silicon at some point for GPUs, and that would be a major advantage, but right now they're all TSMC. Finally, on the hardware side, NVIDIA gave some light architectural details. We will have more in the coming days.
And there's still the 770, by the way. Intel 770, which is supposed to be like the equivalent of a 3060 or 3070.
NVIDIA noted that it has a change called SER, which we're going to get into. It said, quote, this is as big an innovation as out-of-order execution was for CPUs. Huge words. Massive claims for that. Out-of-order execution made modern CPUs what they are today. Also introduced all of the security vulnerabilities we've had the last few years. So hopefully it's not as big an innovation for attack vectors. But that is a big part of out-of-order execution on CPUs. This is shader execution reordering. So that's SER. It is what NVIDIA's CEO says will work in real time to speed up ray tracing by up to 2 to 3 times. Not 100% clear right now if that is isolated to specific parts of processing ray tracing, or if you'll actually see a 2 to 3x improvement
algorithms,
sort of generationally card to card in actualized frame rate, as opposed to just like this aspect of whatever intersection calculation or something has been improved. So that's, there's going to be a lot of, we're going to look at it in this video today. Shader execution reordering works by reallocating GPU resources better and by rescheduling workloads in real time live. And we're going to hear more about that in NVIDIA's Editor's Day and in its white papers from its engineers and technical people. Now, the company also announced opacity micro map engines, and it says this is for ray tracing geometry processing improvement. They also talked about tensor cores, so the RTX 40 series Ada GPUs are getting Hopper FP8 engines, and Hopper is the previous most recent architecture. Did not make it to gaming, but a piece of it is coming into the 40 series. That was more of a data center science card. For DLSS 3, that was one of the biggest announcements here. DLSS 3 is generating entirely new frames now instead of basically enhancing existing pixels. So this is a huge change because canonically in the rendering pipeline, what NVIDIA is doing is breaking out of it and eliminating, as far as they're saying right now, the game itself or the game engine from being a part of that redrawing process. That is potentially huge if it works as it's being marketed, because what that would mean
it doesn't add a bunch
is
of
that if you
graphical
have a
artifacts.
CPU bottleneck or a GPU bottleneck, you could theoretically resolve both with DLSS 3, either one of them. Not
The problem with
GPU
the completely
bottlenecks
fabricated
now.
stream,
This is using what
the completely fabricated frame is it could just be completely wrong comparative to what actually happens on your screen, which would be absolutely jarring as fuck.
NVIDIA calls an optical flow accelerator to feed the neural network, and Ada GPUs will be able to render higher frame rate than the CPU may be able to actually compute from the game
So this is what he's talking about earlier.
on its own, especially in those bound scenarios, again, like physics simulation. Off the back of this, NVIDIA claims a 16x increase in 4 years with the help of artificial intelligence for processing. 16x increase is caveated with DLSS 3. So it's not just GPU today versus GPU 4 years ago is 16 times better. It's under that specific condition. So anyway, wrapping up here, power efficiency is one thing, yes, and they are claiming the best performance per watt they've ever had. Every company does this every generation. That doesn't change power utilization, nor does it change transient spikes. So just because the power efficiency, the performance per watt, FPS per watt, however you want to calculate it, is good, does not mean that there won't be huge transient spikes, or rephrased and not as a multiple negative, it means that transient spikes will still be a thing. And at 450 watts base power for a 4090, if they're looking at the same 2 to 2.5x transients as previously, that's going to be a lot for a power supply to handle. We will be testing that in our reviews. It's going to be a key aspect of our reviews this time is transient spike analysis for the 40 series. As for the RTX 40 series FE card itself, we've shown some B-roll at this point from NVIDIA's official page of a 40 series card, and they're pretty huge. So the 4090 was the one that they installed. It looks like it's very nearly a 4-slot card. It's at least in that 3 range, and we have seen some partner models in the 4 to 5 slot range.
Jesus Christ.
Some of which will sadly never come to fruition. So
EVGA. 4 to 5 slots? The fuck is going on here? Holy shit.
We have a lot to work on now.
That's where you're getting into the territory of water cooling be a thing, just to move the heat from one area of your system to another that can actually dissipate it better. So there might actually be a usage case here where you're dissipating so much heat you have to use water cooling. Otherwise, you're going to end up in a scenario where it's going to be horrid. It's going to be absolutely horrid. Just because 5 slots, that's like all your expansion space.
So I'm going to go work on that. There's a lot of architecture to dig through, white papers to understand, and try to get a grasp on the architectural changes. We will bring it all to you in an independent
That's absurd.
and compressed fashion. So
3 slots is even huge.
Subscribe for more. Go to store.gamersnexus.net to help us out directly.
Jesus Christ. Okay, we want to take a look at this too. This is a new video.
In this video, we're going to talk about the clown car of RTX 40 series video cards from NVIDIA's partners. Maybe EVGA got out at the right time, because this time we're going to be looking at the Serious Gaming line from one of NVIDIA's partners. That's right.
EVGA had the best coolers and the best cards in general. So
Serious. That's the name of a product. We'll also be going over the Cyber Hacker Anonymous branding for gaming video cards, the GPU Support Stick, also the name of a product, and the size of the GPU, coolers being on average 3.5 to 4 slots. Ooh. This is genuinely the most absurd lineup of video cards I've ever seen. Let's get started. Before that, this video, click the link ways. Normally they have something like Gamer or X or Supreme in the case of MSI or whatever in their product names. But this one is, it's just like, what are you, EVGA leaves for 5 seconds and they've all lost their minds. Not that EVGA was without controversy whenever it launched its own new design either, but people normally got over that pretty fast. Okay, let's start out with Asus. We're going to be talking about partner models today. So first of all, the smallest of Asus's cards that isn't water-cooled is 3.15 slots. Apparently that's how we're measuring things now. You've basically given up the 4th slot anyway at that point because you need room for air. But okay, 3.15, 3.25 is the next smallest. It goes all the way up to about 4 slots for the video card thickness. These things have gigantic coolers on them. The power consumption obviously at 450 watts for baseline, up to 500 plus for custom VBIOSes. It needs a larger cooler, but that is
that's huge. That's what she said.
Is officially done now for gaming cards. But let's get started with these. So the ROG Strix and the Tough variants are what are coming out for the 4090, the 4080, 16 gigabyte, the 4080, 12 gigabyte. If you're not aware of what these models specs are at the GPU level, check out our previous video, it goes through all of it. So the ROG Strix 4090, it's a 3.5 slot design. It has 3 fans, it's 357 millimeters long, and the shroud is made almost entirely of metal and features a large flow-through area for the 3rd fan. A GPU support bracket will be shipped with this card as well. And that is going to be a trend here. Normally, we've kind of discarded those support brackets as just gimmicky and excessive and really not providing all that much actualized value. But now, it's different. We're going to have to actually look at these things and see if it helps them. One of the companies we'll get to later talks about how its cooler is so heavy that it apparently changes the way physics, namely gravity, works. And so that's why you need the support stick for the video card. Back to Asus. So the cooler itself is a vapor chamber design with...
one of the reasons those are kind of gimmicky is because your graphics card isn't just supported by the socket, right? That one guy was holding up a motherboard with the GPU on it and just like hanging it around like this. You have the back of your computer that the card screws into, right? And that'll actually support your card. The area that it won't actually support is possibly the far end, right? Where it dangles down. But they could also fix that by reinforcing the area through it on a right angle bar, right? You could have a right angle bar that goes through the bottom of the video card and shifts the majority of the weight to the back plate. So you don't need a support bracket.
Slots milled out of a base plate for 7 heat pipes to sit into. This is really interesting. We're looking forward to testing this type of stuff because in theory, it adds a little bit more surface area contact for the heat pipes to the vapor chamber, so you should be able to pull heat out of those pipes a little bit more efficiently.
They've done this already
the other way, it'll
with the 900 series.
Asus claims that this drops temperatures by 5 degrees Celsius versus standard heat pipe bonding methods under a 500 watt load. We're assuming they mean GPU temperature there. And this approach is similar to how heat pipes are bonded for a CPU cooler, at least most of the better ones. Asus claims that its new 7-blade fan design is apparently 24% higher airflow and 18 or 19% more static pressure than the previous generation fans. Sort of whatever, that's not kind of doesn't really matter those numbers. What matters is the thermal result, and what they're saying this leads to is apparently similar temperatures and noise levels as compared to the 3090, which would be a lower power card, but also the slot size starts to matter there too. Asus also says power delivery consists of 12 plus 4 phases for the VRM with doubled up 70 amp power stages, making 2 stages per phase. The 4090 ROG Strix also features Asus's fan connect headers to control case fans directly from the card. As for VBIOS, the Strix features a dual VBIOS design. You can select between them. And as an Easter egg, Asus has once again put the GPS coordinates of its Taiwan office on the backplate. Next, the 4090 Tough gaming card is very similar to the ROG Strix in basic design, with a different shroud, thicker 3.65 slot width, and shorter 348mm length for theoretically better case compatibility. There's also a Velcro loop provided on the end of the card to assist with cable management. Also, kind of gimmicky, but it's at least different for this one. It's not, you know, at this price, it's not that convincing of a value add, but it's different. The Tough uses a vapor chamber, and it doesn't have the same milled slots for its heat pipes. So it's different from the Strix in this way. It has 8 heat pipes. Quantity doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's about design and sort of positioning. But the Tufts power delivery, it's a 10
heat
plus
pipes definitely
4
matter a
phase
lot.
design. And this
If that's
one
what he's talking
also
about.
features dual V BIOS. It's a good thing. Asus's 4080 16 gigabyte models have the same ROG Strix and Tuft designs. Nothing really to talk about there. And Asus did not publish any photos at all of its 12 gigabyte models. This was a bit of a trend as well with these AIB partners, but they do tell us that they come in slightly smaller than the higher end card sizes. Up next, good old Gigabit, or Gigabyte, as most people know them. The 4090 was revealed, but the 4080 options were not, neither of them. The 4090s announced include the Aorus Extreme Water Force, which is a water-cooled card, the Aorus Master Gaming OC, and the Wind Force models. Gigabyte's 40 series landing page is a gigantic pain in the ass and is horribly designed. It's sort of like playing a YouTube video, except to watch each frame, you have to use the scroll wheel, and you get one frame at a time. It's really hard to demonstrate just how much of a pain in the ass this is to navigate without you doing it yourself, so we'll provide a link somewhere in the description below. Anyway, this page primarily covers the
I've seen
Aorus
web pages
Master,
like this.
which is
They are
once
fucking
again
horrible.
A large triple fan design. The company dubs this as having, quote, it says bionic shark fans. The bionic shark fans feature RGB LEDs in the blade tips. The cooler is, again, a vapor chamber design with an insane number of heat pipes. We count 13 to 14 here to spread heat into the dense fin stack. This might be the cooler that we featured in the news as leaked by WX Nod recently. The Master features a large cutout in the back plate for air to flow through the end of the card and an anti-sag bracket that Gigabyte claims can hold up to 5 kilograms. That might seem like a lot for a video card, but the company claims that the sheer size of its heatsink is affecting gravity itself. As with many things in marketing, technically true is true enough. And also, Bionic Shark fans, with the other cards coming up, I think starts to build the story of circus of video cards this time. I feel like I'm in an alternate reality at this point. It's like EVJ is gone and everyone's gone off the rails. That one's there to keep things a tiny bit serious, with FTW being maybe a little not that serious. But the Aorus Master also has a small screen on the side of the card.
Because why
This
not?
is where users can monitor
You're spending $1,800 on a video card. Why not, right?
GIFs, because why not? Fight me. It's GIF.
Here every day,
Gigabyte's
guys.
Gaming OC and Windforce models
Always
also
ahead of
make
the curve.
minor appearances at the bottom of the landing page, but they're not detailed.
Technically not, because this
Up
video was
next,
made
Colorful.
yesterday.
Colorful announced 3 versions of each of the 40 series GPUs. First, the Vulcan series.
I'm DLSSing that
large
guy's mind.
Triple slot and triple fan cards with a black and silver aesthetic. The Vulcan cards feature a customizable 800 by 216 LCD that can be mounted either on the card itself or removed and placed in a dock inside the case or on the desk. The display can be made to show real-time stats, static images, or once again, GIFs. Next, the Neptune series is a line of water-cooled cards in a 2-slot
$1,600 is base
with a
price.
360 mil radiator
Jesus
and a white
Christ.
colorway. The water block is a full cover copper design that cools all parts of the board. From what we can see now, it looks like the pump is situated inside the card housing and that the water does not directly flow through the VRM, but rather through the central microfins. So if that is in fact how it's working, that means that they're cooling just sort of over the GPU core. The rest of the copper is obviously connected to
I don't know why they do that.
to the cold plate with the microfins that goes to the core. So they're sharing a single cooling solution.
You could make it a
It
one-card
means that
design.
the water is not quite as effective as, not anywhere near as effective as an open loop block, but typically you get kind of good enough performance where it's far better than air if it's done right,
Yep.
but not as good as custom loop, at least if it's designed that way. Finally, the Battle Axe series is another triple fan air-cooled design, this one with 98 mil fans and a slot size that we can't determine at this time. The Battle Axe features a red and black color scheme, so we'll see how long they last as an NVIDIA partner with those AMD colors. Up next, we have MSI. MSI is back. It's announced 4 new lines of RTX 40 series cards distributed amongst the 4090, 4080, 16 gigabyte, and 4080, 12 gigabyte. So MSI's main card here is the Supreme. Yes, that's how we're going to say it. It's yet another extremely large 3-fan air-cooled design. available on all of the newly announced RTX 40 GPUs. The 4090 and 4080 16GB versions of the subroom cooler will feature a vapor chamber design and a width of 3.75 slots. The 4080 12GB has a nickel-plated copper cold plate, and it's only 3.5 slots wide. Interestingly, MSI has squared off heat pipes in the Supreme, which it calls core pipes. MSI claims that this helps with contact area for better thermal efficiency. The card's shroud is constructed with a brushed aluminum for an armored look and feel. And additionally, dual V BIOS is available to be switched between performance and low noise modes. There's also a liquid-cooled version called the Supreme Liquid. It comes with a 240mm radiator and a single fan for cooling the VRM on the card itself, and that's only for the 4090, or at least this one is. Moving down the stack, MSI also has its Gaming Trio series, back into the more normal names now. This has widths, once again, of 3.75 slots. It goes all the way down to 3 slots wide. Definitely forgetting what it's like to have a normal 2-slot video card. We're past that these days. So this is in the order you expect, where the higher-end cards are larger. The Gaming Trio design lacks the vapor chamber. It opts instead for standard nickel-plated copper cold plate, and it also has dual V BIOS functionality. Now, MSI mentions that the backplate design of the Gaming Trio features a flow-through design and thermal pads to sink heat from the back of the PCB, so that's actually a good thing. Finally, for MSI, the Ventus design is available only on the 4080, 16 and 12GB models, and they're the least flashy. The 16GB version has 3 slots. 12 is one of the smallest we've seen at only 2.5 slots, which is a lot smaller than most of these other ones. MSI has a live stream coming up soon.
Based on my experience using Ventus cards in the past, Ventus usually means that they have absolute board coolers on them.
The Serious Gaming line this time, they all feature box art. That makes us think it's probably what cybersecurity trainees think hackers look like. And the font for Serious Gamer is what we think probably politicians think gamers type with. Some of these cards even include a GPU support stick, as if it was found in the woods, to help hold the cards up. This seems to be developing as a trend this generation, as we said earlier. And the 4090 Serious Gaming, yes, that is the name, is gigantic at what looks like 4 slots and features an 18+4 VRM design. The cooler has a vapor chamber and 8 total heat pipes, and the fan setup is what's most interesting here, with 3 102mm fans on the front and an optional fan on the back over the flow-through area, making a push-pull setup. That would be pretty interesting to test if this extra back fan actually makes any difference in thermals. The 4090 Serious Gaming also comes with an RGB card support that Galax calls the Dark Obelisk. Getting some really serious Brotherhood of Nod vibes here. And it also has a power adapter that converts one 12V PWR.
Normally I don't watch these guys, but this is pretty good.
4 8-pins. 4 8-pins. So a motherboard's worth of power connectors. Moving down to the 4080 16GB Serious Gaming card, Galax keeps the same 102mm fans.
So it looks like, guys, even though this is technically like 2 6-pin connectors here, it looks like it's broken down into 4 6-pin connectors on the adapter.
Chamber design, but
I don't know why. I guess for shitty motherboards that can't supply 250 watts to a 6-pin.
9. Additionally, the VRM is reduced to a 16+ 3-phase design. The card itself comes with 1 support stick and an extra fan. Finally, the 4080 12GB version is even more cut down, just like the GPU that it's supporting. The front fan layout consists of 92mm and 102mm fans, 1 of each, and the card is also thinner to its relatively large alternatives, this one at 3 slots. It has 8 heat pipes, and it has an 11+2 VRM design, and don't worry, you still get the extra rear fan and the Dark Obelisk. Here we go. We get back into the inanity of AIB partners this generation. Maybe this is why NVIDIA was like, okay, we actually don't want to put any of you in our presentation. You guys are embarrassing us. This one from Inno3D. Inno3D announced 4 cooler designs for the RTX 40 series launch, and all of them, don't worry, are brutal by nature. That is their text, not ours. I'll make that very clear. Jeremy, who wrote this, would probably also like to make that very clear. The company's top brutalist model is the iChill Frostbite, which features an AlphaCool full coverage nickel-plated copper water
Still
block
2 slots.
for custom water loops. The iChill Frostbite will be available for the 4090, the 4080 16GB, and it shows off how small the PCBs really are in contrast to the massive air coolers that we're seeing across the board. Next is the iChill Black, which is also designed for the top two 40 series GPUs. The card is a 2-slot design with integrated pump and attached radiator, though the provided renders don't show what size the radiator will be. The shroud fully encloses the PCB, reminiscent of sort of the Fury X, and the copper cold plate looks to only contact the GPU die and memory, while the VRM contacts the other heat sinks that are hopefully exposed to liquid as well. Breaking from the water cooling here is the iChill X3. This one is available for the 4090 and 4080s. It's a 3-slot design and it runs 3 fans. These ones at 98 millimeters. All these cards have huge fans this time. It is the right direction for this GPU series, but they're larger than you might be used to if you bought like a 10 or a 20 card last time. So other than that, it's got a vapor chamber, it has 9 heat pipes, and apparently that adds up to a total length of 2,704 millimeters with a surface area of 905,637 millimeters squared. So fight those numbers, other marketing firms making video cards. Finally, the X3 and X3 OC look to be very similar to the iChill X3, except with a simpler shroud design. Up next, Zotac. They announced 9 new cards under the AMP Extreme Aero, the Trinity OC.
He skipped over the waifu cards. How can you do that? Look at that. What is this? He showcased them here and then just didn't go over them? What? I mean, you could pick big boobies or bigger boobies, right? Oh my god, and they're pink? Oh, jeez. Wow.
Announced 9 new cards under the AMP Extreme Aero, the Trinity
Zotac
OC,
sucks dick.
and the Trinity lines. All of the cards feature the curved aesthetic that was seen in the leaked factory images we covered previously. The AMP Extreme Aero is Zotac's flagship design. It's between 4 and 5 slots wide, with 3 thicker than usual fans blowing air into a what it calls colossal aluminum fin stack with 9 heat pipes and a flow-through section at the end of the card. The card's VRM is an insane 24+4 phase design, and it features a dual BIOS. The Trinity models are similar with a slightly more understated design and a thinner 3 to 4 slot width. Zotac's individual product pages are linked in the press release, but are not live at the time of writing. Palit is the next one. Palit has announced the Game Rock and Gaming Pro for its video. Why are none of these have any brand consistency? Like, why not Game Rock and Game Gravel or something? At least Game Slate, Game Granite, Game Quartz, anything that makes sense. The Game Rock, aka the Midnight Kaleidoscope, features a black crystal design on the front of the card and RGB LEDs behind. According to Palit, this will bring users, quote, a new level of brilliance and absolute dark power. What the I don't know. Let's just finish the news. Additionally, Palit has moved beyond the anti-gravity heat pipes, and this time they're introducing the anti-gravity plate and dark matter. Otherwise, Palit's designs fall in love. Thought that's what it said. It was supposed to say fall in line, but we're going to keep the other one because it's appropriate too. Palit's designs fall in love with the general theme of being very large, 3 fan designs, once again, with vapor chambers, cold plate as standard, and then 9 heat pipes. So PNY is next. PNY announced its 40 series cards under the XLR8 brand. Wonder how you're supposed to say that. It has one design. We're not going to entertain it anymore. It has one design for each of the 3 new GPUs. The company didn't provide
extra
much
large
detail in its
radiator
press release, but we have one image and a few specs for you. PNY's Verdo cards are triple 100mm fan options with 8 heat pipes for the 4090 and the 4080. The 16 gigabytes.
They're talking about
And they
boost
have
clocks
7
on their
heat pipes
page,
for the
apparently.
12 gigabytes, they cut down a little bit. And finally, the 4090 features
Basically, all they're showing off
the
is the
Xeon
fan
One.
coolers and
And last
the
up,
card designs.
Gainward. Gainward has announced 6 new cards across the stack. It has them in the Phantom and Phoenix lines. Both of these designs are standard for this generation with 3 fans, vapor chambers, and plenty of RGB. That's it. We made it through. not saying any more of these silly ass names. Let's move on to something else. We got plenty more coverage coming up this week, and we're gonna be testing a lot of the 40 series stuff. Not sure how many partner models we'll look at. We'll see. Probably no one will send us any after this, so I'm gonna have to buy a lot of them. But that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. Get the news.
They're doing all right, so it doesn't matter.
Of the GPUs. In our
Good stuff.
Video.
Didn't plan on watching the whole thing, but we did.
To help us out directly, or patreon.com/see you all next time.
RTX 40 coolers. Intel Arc isn't dead. Whenever they want to launch, they can. Yeah. We'll look at the more technical stuff, guys. Don't plan on continually watching stuff like that. So, let's see. I think we're going to do some uploads and move along because it's already late. Yeah. Yeah. And covered... I still need to take a look at that Dead by Daylight patch, which was hilarious. The New York City apartment goes for $650 a month. Yep. That would be... it probably stretches this way further. Diner Suite or whatever they're called? Studio apartment. $650 a month is actually really cheap in New York City. Mm-hmm. Stop Magnus. Good. The gist here is he surrendered or threw a match with what's his name? The other guy's basically he's accusing of cheating, but not accusing of cheating. What's NVIDIA thinking? Money. Dollar signs. They think crypto is still a thing right now for GPUs. It's not. It's not at all. Let's see. Let's do our uploads. We haven't for a couple days, so we got to take care of that. Yep. Made it look good. Are you not live? Look good. Go. Let's see. November 19th. Yeah. November 20th. All right, those are uploading, guys. Take a look at the Reddits here. True Kiriko, yeah, everyone loves cat girls. Oh my god, fan art. Ah, kawaii! Kawaii, guys, kawaii! Oh, Fast Kenji will move with the new DPS passive. Watch 2. It's not that fast, it's still pretty fast. 20% faster, 30. $800 hours in this game, I've never heard Reinhardt scream that way. To be so dramatic when they die, he did not have to fly like that. Ryan's falling body exhibiting Doppler effect. No 2CP. Even back when I was playing Overwatch guys in ranked all the time, competitive, I never had problems with 2CP. People just got bent out of shape because it wasn't always a decisive win. And people sometimes like they need like it's like part of their body. You could almost say it's like a it's an OCD thing where they have to have a decisive win, otherwise they freak out about it. AMD Reddits. AMD, now's your chance to increase radon GPU adoption, desktop market. Don't be stupid, don't be greedy. Yeah, with the way prices are going to go because of the crypto crash, because of the ETH merge, I don't think it matters for either of them. Price cuts, yep. But it's not going to matter because it's going to be even more ridiculous with the 7000 series. Uh-huh. CPU overclocked to 7.2 gigahertz on one core. Using LN2. Okay. On 16 core processor. Okay. DVD Reddits. We have some hate mail from I saw earlier from the Ots bit. Don't care. We aren't going to respond to that because it's like 2 days old now. Doesn't matter at this point. There's a bunch of his fanboys that are coming out to attack me, so we aren't going to cover that. Something like this at church. I'm the Myers. It's pretty good. Meanwhile, everyone needs Unbreakable, apparently. Oh, we didn't downvote the developer update. Let's do that, too. The 3 remaining Twins mains reading the patch notes. Uh-huh. Holy fuck. Twins players? Lift group's reading the new developer update. Uh-huh. Look, even when Survivor mains are starting to talk about how broken the update is, you got something going on here. When even your most venomant, like maybe they're trying to unite survivors and killers together so we can hold hands against BHVR. Maybe that's what's going on here, guys. Yeah. Why's every killer have to suffer her actions? Survivor main just bitching about Nurse again because they want to change the narrative to being about Nurse so the Nurse can get nerfed so then they can jack off continually against killers that can't actually just fling around the map constantly. And then it'll be Blight. Unique endgame perk, boring, worse NOED. No shit. Worse NOED. It's not boring. It's just a worse NOED. Reason it's questionable why people don't run NOED, but you know, I'm not them. They can do whatever they want, guys. Okay, let's take a look at our uploads here. Public them right away. Okay. Full stream. Probably should actually highlight that response to the Mori update right away too, and just make it. Now let's do that right away, guys. We're just gonna immediately do this. As we should.
Whether that's the trickster's showmanship or the hag's. Try it out and being used out.
Google
Or the hag's questionable diet. The only way to see these animations currently is to use a Memento Mori offering or equip one of only a few select perks, leading to them rarely being seen.
Yep.
Moreover, Morris have garnered a somewhat negative reputation over the years, being used out of spite against a particular survivor.
Yeah.
This upcoming public test build, PTB, will feature an early version of the new finishing Mori system. Unlike most PTBs, this
So basically, dying is people that are on the ground, slugs, and holy no survivor bias anymore. What the fuck? Holy shit, yeah.
on a hook is instantly sacrificed. As always, we'll be keeping a close eye on your feedback for any of the affected perks.
I don't know why they changed Devour Hope. Devour Hope got a nerf because now you have to take him to hook. Rancor is more worthless than it was before because they're just yeah, they took some. We'll have to make a highlight of this too, not the. If you get a Mori, then it gives you extra BP. Yeah. If they keep cover that, we're gonna take a look. Alright, guys. Well, there's that. Oh, okay. Well, we covered that. We're gonna take a look at the NVIDIA keynote. We were supposed to yesterday, but Okay. I need to wait on that though. Let's see. I don't know how long it takes to make the highlight. Yeah, maybe I'll have to do it later. I'll do it later tonight. The apostrophes, guys, the bane of Twitch. Too bad they don't fix that. Instead, they have to take away revenue splits. Not that it ever has affected me, because I've never had that many people, but you know. We get rid of the revenue split. Hey, we aren't going to give anyone more of the 70-30 revenue split, and we're going to take away from people that already had it. Ah, that'll make it fair. Wait, what? Wait, that's not what I don't care if someone does a 70-30. Be nice if I had more revenue. Oh, by the way, you should run more ads. Wait, what? Oh, I was considering putting Dead by Daylight in the name, wasn't I? We'll see what our videos the other day are functioning at, if they have any views after adding that. See if it matters. Where is it? Has Dead by Daylight in the name. Does this? Does not. Dead by Daylight in the name. Reverse the polarity and do these guys as well. There's a button there. I didn't know there's a button. You can actually change it so it doesn't notify subscribers. Oh. I think we're going to do that with our non-highlights from now on. This, do that. Full stream. Click that. It's because I already public it. It's not actually technically public yet because it's still processing. I guess I can't. Well, now I know. Wonder why you have to use a comma there instead of enter. Otherwise, tags play a minimal cat. Okay. Finished yet? Let's find out. Like it is. Export. Yep, that's going now. I gotta take this, guys. Get some water too. Be right back. I probably should actually start tweeting out, like, not my full stream uploads, but I should tweet out my highlights. More tags in here too. Game dead. I don't know if highlights is used for something else, like a sports thing. That's not right. Where was the I'll publish a subscription feed and notify subscribers? There it is. That's what I want. And make it public immediately. Whoosh. Release the ripcord, guys. Go, go, go. Okay. Alrighty. We'll see how that goes tomorrow, I guess. Okay, we are going to play some games tonight, guys, as per usual. Even though it's kind of late, that's fine, because my streams are late anyway, so it doesn't really matter at this point, so. Righty. Do the stuff and things in order to dodge juke. I don't even know if this matters. I think it's what's happening to us, guys, is it's a BHVR thing. It's not a me thing. It's an MMR thing. Righty, guys. Good, good, good. Hmm. Good. Good, good, good. Change game categories. Good. Okay, well, we already have some sus shit going on out of the gates, so, you know, whatever. That's fine. Okay, guys. We have 3 globes. Cam off for our first game. Good. Will they have globe load times, i.e. their consoles? Let's find out. There's a stopwatch every time like the load screen appears and then time each load screen. Definitely not globes. Definitely not console players. Good. All right. We'll check on the back gens. Oh, already making me poop, guys. People, maybe 3. Very fast. Guys should be doubling back. Not double back. That's the other gen? Okay. We're here. That's weird. Normally they double back immediately. Missed it. Looks like the ace is running back and tapping all my gens to Okay. Left side, you shouldn't get this as a faster than normal flashlight. I'm pretty sure Ace is cheating. That's why I didn't chase him in the first place. He's also in the wrong spot. He's on the gen. W key? No. Nope. Gonna be able to pull through me, but he's cheating once again. We'll double back to the gen he was working on. Ace, I'm very certain is cheating. Those scratch marks, I swear to God, just fucking appeared in front of me. Nothing. Almost done gen. Weird. Swear to God, that popped after the gen actually got deadlocked, which is kind of weird. And left should be showing up pretty soon. Duck. Got my other gen. I kind of want to look, but I can't actually go over there. Okay. And reassurance, that's fine. Chase him. What else is going on? Did he tap the gen? No. Press. Okay. Alright. Pretty sure she has reassurance too. Let's hit her. I think this is another reassurance play. She's gonna do it and then she's gonna lithe. Yeah. Oh. Okay. I guess she didn't have reassurance. Good job, Meg. Great job, guys. What she's doing. Oh, oh, that was beyond beautiful. Oh, buddy. That was with the tippity tip on the tippity tip going for through that pallet. Oh, that is beautiful. We're gonna go a closer hook. Like, that really should not have registered. Oh, that's good shit. What's Nia's ping look like? 60. I like how they even unhook her. Hey, buddy, you want to do a reassurance on her? Good job. Let's chase you now. I wasn't planning on staying here either, but you're down to 2 players. Do another one? Got a pallet for me here? Nope. Tough, Michaela. Good reassurances. Let's go to this guy's gen he's working, I believe is here. The broken zombie. Good stuff. Let's reset him because he seems erratic, even though he's still moving. Sometimes it looks like they can, like, lobotomize the zombie so they don't really do much of anything. Basically, like, no progress. Back gen now. Yeah, has a hook state. Yeah, the fucking Ace, when he moves, he leaves scratch marks, like, super late behind himself. Very certain the Ace is cheating, as I mentioned before. Yep, there he is. You can see the scratch marks, like, appearing late behind him. Yeah, they're definitely late. That's like 2 seconds behind him. It's an MOTR. She had BT though. DS? Nope. Oh, she stopped struggling. Uh-huh. And there's Hatch. Let's see if we can get a 4-man DC. Yeah. He has a key. Might have handles. Let's see. Doesn't. I can see both of them. She has a key. She's fucked. Yes. Mm-hmm. That's cool. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Give her a lick. Beautiful. That's just all DC together. I have to take a DC penalty anyways. They knew exactly what I was doing with the hook there too. She stops her. I don't even know if I'd made the hook, especially if they did a block, but instead they just decided to give up. Uh-huh. Good, good, good. And Ace, I'm pretty sure, was cheating. Yeah. One other one I'm missing here. It looked like he's running around disarming my gens as well, but I guess it could just be a thing. More. Remember off the top of my head. Good stuff. Good, 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 guys. Good first game. GG. GG's. Good. Mm-hmm. Private profile, globe, backband. Next game. Hey, Shoes. Good evening, dude. got a ping indicator. Left. People that have smiley faces as their username. But not streaming. Other globe just left. Nope. We're gonna bail. People start changing the lobby, guys. I'm not gonna play that. That means people might be getting into the lobby that shouldn't be there. Or, well, mainly that. Mainly that. Yeah. Sounds silly. Normally you'd think a pre-made can only be people that are in the lobby at the same time, but it's not. People can actually join the game late as a pre-made. It's like a kill your friends group. Functionally, the cheat lobbies function like kill your friends groups, and they can just join off their friends and get into the same group. So. Globes. One has an absolute... Oh, this is the lobby from before. Next game. That's kind of weird. Girl, that happened. Very weird. There should be more than enough killers queuing right now to fill lobbies, like, instantaneously, so I should definitely not end up back in the same one. But you know. Especially after I wait in queue a bit. GPU zooming, guys. It needs a repaste. I don't want to repaste it. It needs a repaste, though. Guess might as well, because it's so late in the night. Might as well just put on our normal add-ons. Do 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 do. What do we got this time? Private profile. Profile. Okay. Globe. Ready. I guess. Good. don't remember which add-ons survivors can actually use that are hidden off the top of my head. Not like Killer. Like Killer, the only one that's hidden is Mori for the most part. I think maybe like Hook Spread or something. Oh, Hook Spread I think shows up. So. Flurries. Alright. Let's see what's happening. I'm not going to go check that gen, even though there's usually one person that spawns near you. Hide? So. Probably right here. Just there. Very weird. Thank you, Bill. Oh, that was a beauty. That was a beauty, Bill. It was a beaut. Nope. Oh, those are some good whipped rays, guys. That was fucking tasty. We're gonna go to their gen. Because they're furthest along. Oh no, not that. Are you gonna body block for me? Yeah. What's that? Seems like slower than normal recoil. Alrighty. Oh, that is lovely. Went to the dodo. Oh, that's crazy. Bye-bye. Get right here. Wicked regression in right now. That's good. Actually, we aren't. Now we are. Weird. Yeah. Bye. Weird. Oh, no. Back. Static scratch marks. Faster than normal. Done that, Bill. No, very greedy. Guess if he has it. There's a guy on the right. No DS. We got this gem though. Hey guys. Yeah. You go. No. I think she went upstairs, but I'm not sure we aren't going to leave though. So we got a great gen here, and then we also got Bill, who's keeping me company. I don't know what she's doing. Man, see, that is not the play. I'm thinking one's immediately over here. We're gonna risk that. Let's go to Bill now. And we got the weirdo bug. Good. Wait for Bill to die. Bye, Bill. Let's go find Nancy now. Okay. Goes. Here. Hey, buddy. Thanks for touching the gen. I appreciate that. Dead hard? No. Good look. She was looking behind her. She saw. She doesn't know her. Lost her DS and lost OTR because she touched the gen. I like how other killers still aren't doing what I'm doing, which is strategic hooks and gens. But you know, they've learned to tunnel in camp. They still have not learned where you should place people in order to get maximal value out of it. Once again, I make it look good. Nancy might, or not Nancy, you might still be over here for an unhook. Check real quick. Right. Alright. And double back. I guess that means Yui is main. Buddy. Radioed. Cap that gen for me. Oh yeah, I love when they do that. Yeah, you guys are doing good. Try and body block. Oh, just aim assist into her. Fight for your life, Nancy! For your life! No. Not sure what that was. She was making sound. She definitely does not have OTR. I guess BT? Oh, dead hard. Body block. She should have dropped that. Not sure what that was. DS if she has it. She might. Nope. Yeah. Thank you, Jake. I'll take that. Hey, buddy. Get a whip on her so she makes sound. Jake might also have Unbreakable. Great. Get zombied? Zombie Chan? Nope. She might double back. Oh my god, BHVR, that makes me look bad. Okay. Good. Crawling to the safety of the upstairs, I guess. Good. Wow, she has really strong boil over that she doesn't actually have right now. That's kind of weird. Wait for our 4% of deliverance. Another thing other streamers don't do. Because you never see 4% at high MMR, weirdly enough, so. You know. Find Jake. Where do you think Jake Chan's at? Alright, we actually downed him over here. RNG for hatch. Did Jake find the hatch, guys? Guess not. We don't know where Jake is, and it is very easy to get handles on this map, so we're going to bleed him out. Take a minute. Very, very easy to get handles if you get adrenaline on this map, so. The doors are closer, I'd actually go take a peek at him and see if he's sitting by one of the handles. Yeah. Pretty sure he's sitting by a handle somewhere. Bing. 4K. Yeah, good. He did have adrenaline. Surprise, guys. So if we popped the handle, he would have got out more than likely. Cool. Predicted. Good thing we got a Mori at the end of the game now to prevent stuff like that from happening now. You wouldn't want that guy getting out, you know. Because killers can't obviously figure out how people get out through the game and go, hey, that guy might have adrenaline, so you can make an adrenaline play at the end of the game. So let's stop that from happening. It was a pretty good highlight. I love those whip drags at the beginning of the game. We're definitely going to highlight this match. On that bill, oh, that one that was right around the corner while walking and strafing it was beautiful. Thing of beauty. Three heals. Okay. Next game. Good. We have a 97, 53, and a 65. We are probably going to dodge this lobby. Peek at them first, though. Not going to take time to look at the stream. That's okay. You can find someone else, some sorry sap to play against. That. Good, good, good. Can't wait to get my 2 million BP to dump it in and get net negative add-ons again, guys. We have anonymous name. Next game. Good, guys. Wonder if they'll actually backtrack on the changes. Probably not. It seems like it's kind of universal hate for the new update. Even survivors realize what it means to the game. Plugging wasn't really a meta at high MMR. You can't do it because their friends come over and pick them up. Even when they don't pick them up, they still come over to sacrifice themselves to save their friends, so... I probably should also put my highlights on Twitter. I haven't done that in like forever. I used to put my highlights on Twitter all the time, and then I stopped doing that. I forgot about that, and I never started doing that again. Yeah. Are you a real TTV? Couple. DTV, but doesn't stream. TV that is live. Next game. It's easier when they put it in their Steam profile when you can just click on it. Hassle. We don't play against CTVs, guys, because they start drama. Especially the small. The smaller they are, the more likely they are to start drama. So. Good. You guys can't see the Q screen. I'm sorry. There you go. Good. Do 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 do. Mm-hmm. What do we got this time? 3245. 4 globe lobby. We are going to dodge. I don't play 4 globes, and one of them is a smiley face from earlier. I see. Actually, you could. I mean, smiley face is a pretty, pretty generic name, so it might not be the same person. I'm pretty sure it is. So, I don't play 4 globe lobbies, guys. Because we're at high MMR, we usually do not run out into console players more than we just run to cross-platform players, just people that aren't on Steam. If there's 4 of them together, it usually means it's a cheat lobby, but not always. In my experience, we usually get a lot of cheat lobbies or 4 globes, so we don't do it anymore. At least with 3 globes, you can assume maybe one of them might not be with them, maybe? Possibly. They can still play cross-platform, but, you know, maybe not. Mm-hmm. Two David Kings. It look very similar. They are not the same, though. One has a red ping. Bunch? No. No, 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 no. These guys are definitely not in the U.S. Holy shit. No, 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 no. No. Yeah, if the Germany was not a giveaway, it was the fact that there are multiple people in there had their pings blinking red. What the fuck are they doing over here?
Dead by daylight.
Yeah, no. Started making sense there after a little bit what was going on in the lobby. Yeah, I don't know if that's targeted or not. It started kind of feeling that way, though. I like you can see people's pings from the lobby. That's kind of nice. Like, red, by the way, the red indicator is not... the red indicator is not like that high of a ping either. If you have a red indicator, that means like 200 plus MS. That means like you're literally from Asia or like Eastern Europe or something. Something insane. Like, it doesn't even make sense why they'd use 200 MS, but it is. Ridiculous. Apparently we gotta take a while to find a lobby, guys. Anonymous names, what are we running into? Anonymous names. A level 5 million, fuckboy squad. Although normally I don't dodge those if it's just one as a bunch of people. TVs that are streaming, 4 globe. And then we're into the last lobby. And Mom turned on the microwave for some reason, just caused me to disconnect. Weirdly enough. Shit, guys. Alright, what do we got this time? Account. Less than a year old. Grass name. Angry profile. Okay. At least an account isn't a award for having 5 games on it, but his Steam account's less than a year old. I guess just something new, you know. Which ones? The new NVIDIA GPUs were just announced. AMD's announcement is on the 3rd of November or September, one of the two. I'm not buying the 7000 series. We won't know. The benchmarks are going to come out, I think, on the 29th this month, or 28th, 27th, somewhere around there. I think this is coming week. Hook spread. However, the chips themselves, while they are impressive, what I'm waiting for is the giant cache, which will help with 1% and 0.1% frame times, which is your stuttering and your micro stuttering, which are things that really matter if you play first-person shooters. The X3D chips are not launching, or not X3D, Vcache chips are not launching with the 7000 series this month. They are probably, according to rumors, allegedly going to launch in maybe February next year. I'm not going to buy the 7000 series. I'm going to wait for the 3D cache ones. Those are the really good ones. Those are the ones with the really big cache on them. And based on what I've heard about the 5800 X3D, it's something I really, really want. So I'm going to wait on that. Also get to see numbers from the 7000 series, and maybe DDR prices will come down. So DDR5 prices. Otherwise, pretty good. So far, we only have launch or preview numbers from AMD mixed with some leaks. And it looks pretty good. It should be faster than 1300 in single-threaded performance, as well as multi-threaded performance. But we'll see. Once again, benchmarks coming out later this week, so we haven't really covered it much on the stream. Blackwater Swamp. That means my zombies are going to be basically worthless, guys. Good. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds that way. I have 5900. Not going to side grade to an X3D, but it sounds pretty good. Especially for older titles that are very core dependent. Hey, look, there's a Kate running around the open right in front of me. Wow. Kind of weird. Doesn't look like anyone's back there. What's Kate doing? I think she wants attention. You two guys here with identical skins? Drop. Ooh. Yeah. Free drop. Should have dropped us now. No. Into the zombie. Unfortunately, that's really weird. His scratch marks look like they went upstairs and then just disappeared. And then we heard him on the side. That's pretty fucking weird. We might have a cheat lobby, guys. That's also why we dodged a bunch of lobbies up to this point, so we might have to do a name rotation at the end here. Yeah. Hey, buddy. Nice job. I'll take that. Especially considering this other guy seems to be really weird. She doesn't seem as fast as the David either. Yeah. David, I'm pretty sure is cheating. We might get slapped here on the right. We'll sit. Oh. Okay, let's go center. Hey guys, who wants to take a hit? You want to take a hit? Yeah. We're gonna put on a spectacle in front of everyone right here. Yeah, on the right. And that guy, I'm pretty sure, is cheating. That has not been worked on at all. Okay. Next one. Later for a slap. Dave. Want to go upstairs. Okay. Full regression. Oh, that is even better. Listed 4%. Good. Guys inside here. Pretty sure he's still sitting there on the side. Broke my zombie. No. You're supposed to go for grabbing, she did. Yeah, pre-drop? Nope. ran off for whatever reason. Let's see. I guess we'll use this up. Wasn't planning on it. This is really a central location, but we'll do that. Let's go see. David was working this gen right here. It should be close to being done. It is. David, once again, I think is cheating, so I don't want to chase him if I don't need to. Kate was also in front right away, so it's not really something I want to go after as well. Let's see if we can find Hattie, but we will chase Kate. We don't really have much experience with her. David's probably going to come back to that gen. Braddock missing scratch marks. Kate or the Hattie, one of the two. Hattie? You can immediately tell how much faster some of these guys are compared to the other ones. Definitely cheating. Just too far ahead in the loops. We might have to bloodluster. This isn't Hattie, this is the Kate once again. No. Redrop. No. Break. Gotta chase. I will trade out for the Hattie too if we find her. I don't see anything though. Hattie's right there, I believe. I don't know though. Braddock missing scratch marks. This is a cheat lobby once again. David's cheating. I believe the cat's cheating as well. The Kate's cheating. Oh. David's just being a dumbass. No. She's definitely cheating. Fuck out of here. See, she has to do a loop instead of W keying. What cheaters do is they'll generally just W key straight off. Right out of the gates. We gotta go kill dungeon. Unfortunately, because that front hook's gone once again. Weird hook spread. It's almost like they knew they were going to this map to fuck with the hooks, so it makes it more absurd. Probably David again. Yes, it is. Let's go after Hattie. Jen was worked on too, so he is also very fast. First mistake. Redrop. We got a whipper. No. Way around that. He's not as fast as Kate is, though. Kate's definitely cheating. Nope. Yeah, she's cheating as well, but she's not as fast as all the guys are. Yep, Kate's behind us. Back. We're gonna go to the side here. Here. Tapping back. Nothing. Back. My guess is the Gen's 99 over there. Goes for going around the side. 99. Where the kid is anymore. So she's probably around here. He looks like he's trying to aggro for distraction play. Yeah. Rescue now, wherever they're hiding. And the Kate's up there instead of doing the corner gen. Wait for her to die. Nothing. Kate's getting harassed right now. Skill check's even better. Thought this was gonna happen, that's why I wasn't gonna pull. But you're out of here immediately. No OTR, DS maybe? No. Their chick's right there. Nope, actually she wasn't. We're gonna go to the case gen now. I should have just left him, guys. Even though I could time it properly and it looked like he was committing to it and I should have gotten pulls on him, I didn't. For whatever fucking reason. But that's what happens when you have no pull. When you have no pull, you will not be able to pull them at all. It just doesn't matter. She has her Gen 99, apparently? Stuff. Kate's easier to catch than David is. She's not running as fast. Yeah, just completely erratic scratch marks. Just all over the fucking place. We're gonna go to David's gen now. Hey, buddy. Tap it. Double back to her gen. And there she goes immediately. It looks like she's running faster than normal, too, on top of it. And she fucked the skill check. And she blew it on top of it. It's even better. Good job, Kate. Can't make that. David's turn now. Hey, buddy. Oh, hey, look, he's going to her gen now for whatever reason. That's kind of weird. It's like he's at nowhere. Mind if I do? Get over, we're gonna tap, and then chase him. Kate just got up. Must be unbreakable. Or he teleported to save. We'll assume unbreakable. Either way, we can go through another rotation. It doesn't matter. They want to take more time, they can. He's very fast. Not as fast as David is, though. W keep. I don't know if it's faster vaulting that as opposed to jumping that. Over ambitious. She's going back to the same loop. She has to. It's a cheat lobby, guys, so. Yep. And it looks like David's over here then. He knows both gens are being actively pursued. Yes, he is. Surprise! On to a third gen. Good job, dude. Your turn, boo. Very erratic scratch marks on both these guys. Dumb shit. He's got himself caught. Pick up. Oh, this is gone. Your turn. Like missing scratch marks. I think David has an unbreakable. We can do it again. Fine by me. She is incredibly fast, especially when she's behind terrain. That's why it's confusing. I'm pretty sure she's running like 106% speed hack, and then she's running line of sight hack where she goes faster when behind stuff. So she's trying to maximize it by going behind shit. And then the erratic scratch marks are just adding to it, which is why it's difficult to chase her. That should hit. Yep. Time to die, Kate. Yep, she just keeps doing the same thing. Like, this isn't normal looping. Nope, you're dead. Now we're gonna bleed out David. I'm not gonna let anyone get catch this game. Yeah, that's why it's so confusing. When she's behind shit, she speeds up. I call it corner boost, but it sometimes happens for prolonged periods of time. It's not always like a mini dead hard, as much as it just increases your speed when you're behind shit. Which is why she kept trying to go behind stuff to lose me. I mean, that's pretty normal for Survivor, right? But that's not normal looping in what she was doing. So. I just built my computer 2 months ago, yeah. That's why I generally have been suggesting for the last 2 months that no one builds a PC, by the way. She's trying to crawl through the dead spot with the hook here. Aw. What a nice guy. I mean, I'll bleed both you guys out. It doesn't matter to me. So. Okay. I'll put you and Katie then. Since we know where David is, it's not a big deal. Unless she has flip-flop power struggle, kind of doubt it, but maybe. We know David is... Actually, David, I think, has full hook state, so... Zombie is completely stopped. Good. Oh, I like how he wasn't making silent tells right on top of him. That's kind of nice. David, on the other hand, I believe has not been hooked yet, so... He might have unbreakable flip-flop, excuse me, unbreakable soul guard. That's gonna be a problem. You might have flip-flop, power struggle. Nope. Bye, David. Both those guys are cheating, very certain on that. Different ways of cheating. But still both cheating. Good shit. There it is. Lovely. Unbreakable. Where's Solo, by the way? And I 4K'd you guys. I guess if you're always getting 4K'd by console players. Yep. Played with 3 perks all game. Yep. And I also play to win. I always tunnel in camp. If you think so. Turns out that helps you win. Who would know survivors don't tell you what you should... Anon, because you don't need to see my Steam name. Or my Steam profile, you just see my private profile and bitch about that because you can't leave hate mail on my they're hackers because of me. Although I've heard that before. Literally people who toggle and rage cheat, they can because I tunnel. Tried to, dude, the difference. What? You know baby seals die because of you, right? You're hilarious. Stop being a mean survivor. Baby seal die because of things you do. Completely unrelated things, but just put them together. Uh-huh. Yes. And that has nothing to do with me. Spoiled and entitled survivors are always spoiled. Entitled. I'd argue the lack of good competition is all the time. You know, something that makes you spoiled. You think I'm not allowed to try and win? You're definitely one of them. Go play The Sims if you want people to just do what you want. Literally the other team, not on your. You're saying that. Always. I don't make up random rules. Why would I follow yours? Do you know what a double standard is? No. Not at high MMR. I bet being is toxic. I mean, I've heard that before too. Never said you were toxic, and that's a straw man. That you were. Oh. That they were spoiled and entitled. That doesn't mean they're toxic. Alright, reports now. Player runs around at about 106%. No mind game, knows exact killer positioning. Here is player gets a lot faster behind walls. 11% or so. Match marks. David King. There is incredibly fast, somewhere around 108%. Spin faster than normal. Game knows that killer position. I'd actually buy those guys are solo. That killer position. No pull. Obvious. By the way, there's a reason we left these for the guy. I mean, I basically telegraphed the entire time through the game why I was leaving for the end and why I was doing that. The 108% is much more difficult to deal with than the Kate was because I could keep line of sight on her and then it just started fucking her over, which is one of the things that we learned to do maybe last week against people that are running the behind cover speed boost. Is when you maintain line of sight on them and then it slows them down. So then you catch up to them faster. It's fucking weird as shit, but it definitely works. But once she was in that jungle gym in the center by the bottom of the platform gen, very difficult to keep line of sight on her. Even faster than 108, he was very fast. So then we went for the other two and took them out right away. Good. Good. We'll highlight that. Well. Yeah, the crass name. Talked about it at the beginning of the game. And then the other guy has less than, yeah, this guy has a level 1 profile. They have 5 games, and they have no year. So, they haven't been in the game long enough to get, or haven't had Steam long enough to have 1 year of service. So, more than likely another cheater, but we haven't been dodging these simply because we have to dodge too many games. I'm pretty sure BHVR tightened up MMR, so we have to take some of these. Normally I dodge the crass names and then also shit like this because it's pretty obvious that this is a burner account. Year of service, this guy's under a year of service, and also level 1 account, which means they have almost no games on it. 5 games owned, like if you're just trying to add legitimacy to your account, it could be literally just like 3, like during a Steam sale, there's a lot of games that are like $1, so this doesn't mean shit. If you just want to put it on there to make your account look legit. By the way, why is your Steam profile? Why is your Steam private, guys? I don't know. Maybe you should tell me, guys. Why is my Steam account private? Don't know. So it just goes down further down the rabbit holes. Why is your Steam account, or why is your profile anonymous? And then why is your Steam account private? And then why can't I comment on your Steam profile? And then they just leave hate mail on your Steam profile. So at the end of the day, what they try doing is putting you into that hole where they can just comment on your profile and just like basically leave racist or whatever kind of shit they want on it. It doesn't matter. And if they see your hours, they're like, you don't show them your hours, you're like, why aren't you showing me your hours? And then if you show them your hours, you're like, oh, you play like this and you have 5,000 hours in the game, you're such a shitty killer. Or it's, oh, you only have under 1,000 hours in the game, you're such a shitty killer. Like, it doesn't matter. It's a catch-all for everything, which is why there's absolutely no reason that they should be able to see my profile. As long as they can see whether or not I have VAC bans, I don't care. And that doesn't matter to them because they can't even profile me in the first place because I'm the killer, right? You can't see the killer in the lobby, so it doesn't even matter. There's no point in showing... no point in people seeing my profile. It'd be different if they're like going to friend me, but I guarantee you those guys don't want to friend me, so. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Okay. Let's make some highlights here, guys. Let's make some highlights real quick here. We had a couple games tonight, guys. Did some pretty sweaty shit. We had 2 highlights, I believe. Didn't think... Oh, I think one was the Leary's game? We're going to highlight the swamp game that we're just in. Oh, the Leary's was fucking dirty whip dregs. Oh, those are beautiful. Those are probably some of the best whip dregs in the game. Those are fan-fucking-tastic. Right. It's like slower than normal. GPU zooming, guys. It needs a repaste. I don't want to repaste it. It needs a repaste, though. I'm not Flurries. Alright. Let's see what's happening. I'm not going to go check that gen, even though there's usually one person that spawns near you. Hide? So. As a... Very weird. Thank you, Bill. Oh, that was a beauty. That was a beauty, Bill. It was a beaut. Nope. Another good one. Oh, those are some good whipped rays, guys. That was fucking tasty. We're gonna go there, Jen. Was it 4-man DC? No, that was a different lobby tonight. 3-man DC. Bill. Their first game, I think. Should know our lost their DS and lost. Oh, they've learned a tunnel in camp. They still have not learned where you should place people in order to get maximal value out of it. Yep. Can I make it look good? Somewhere. Handle he would have got up there for his radio. 3 heals. Okay. Nice. Good shit. Next one. Done and done. I'm very certain on that. Yeah. My guess is multiple people in there. We'll see. Next game was just Swamp. Well, it was multi-threaded performance. A bunch of people that are weird. But we'll see. And we've got a cheat lobby anyways. Coming out later this week, so we haven't really covered it much on the stream. Blackwater Swamp. That means my zombies are going to be basically worthless, guys. Good. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds that way. I have 5,900. Not going to side grade to the X3D, but it sounds pretty good. Especially for older titles that are very core dependent. So. If we find her. I should have just waited back. I should have waited on the David over there and just let him try to pull. If people are running no pull, by the way, we've seen multiple times. I jumped the gun here because his pulls were very, very, very predictable, and they should have 100% been a pull. But once again, when they're running no pull, you can't pull them. It doesn't matter how good you time it; you will never be able to pull them. It's a cheat, and as such, there's no way to actually get around it. But what they will do that does get around it is they just will simply not pull. They want the cheat to do work for them, so they will commit so hard to their cheat doing work that they will never actually pull the guy and they'll just die on hook. We've actually seen it before. So, goes for going around the side. Play. Rescue now, for where they're hiding. And the Kate's up there instead of doing the corner gen. That's when he had to pull, by the way. Was right there. Now, thought this was going to happen, that's why I wasn't going to pull. But I should have just made her vault back and played the loop there and forced her to close the window and then down here. Right there. Hit in. You can just tell how much faster some of these guys run just based on how fast we're catching up to them in straightaways and shit. She might even be running like a 105 in the open. 104, 105, but then when she's behind shit, she's super fucking fast. Can't make that. David's turn now. Hey, buddy. Oh, Go through notes fast. I don't know if it's fast or cheating. Yes. And that has nothing to do with me. Spoiled and entitled survivors are always spoiled. Titled. I'd argue the lack of good competition is of them. That's his title. That graph. Yeah, the crass name. Talked about it at the beginning of the game, and then the other guy has less than. They haven't been in the game long enough to get, or haven't had Steam long enough to have 1 year of service. So, more than likely another cheater, but we haven't been dodging these simply because we have to dodge too many games. I'm pretty sure BHVR tightened up MMR, so we have to take some of these. Normally, I dodge the crass names and then also shit like this. It's pretty obvious that this is a burner account. Year of service, this guy's under a year of service, and also level 1 account, which means they have almost no games on it. 5 games owned. Like, if you're just trying to add legitimacy to your account, it could be literally just like 3, like during a Steam sale, there's a lot of games that are like $1, so this doesn't mean shit. Why putting you into the and you're such a no point in people seeing my profile. It'd be different if they're like gonna friend me, but I guarantee you those guys don't want to friend me, so yeah. It doesn't matter. Okay. Let's make some highlights here, guys. Good stuff. Always out of the curve. Yeah. Good. Pretty good stuff, guys. Alrighty. I'm out here for this evening tonight, guys. Tomorrow will be more Dead by Daylight, so you guys have that to look forward to or not to look forward to, depending on your preferences. But we will be doing that, and hopefully I will be on earlier, and hopefully we'll have a bunch more stuff, yada yada. We actually had a really long podcast, so that was part of what took up our stream tonight, where we talked about the Mori update, the hilarity of the Mori update, and then also covered the 4000 series launch from NVIDIA, and things dealing with that, although there wasn't much information to go off of. So, yeah, we already have a highlight of my thoughts of the Mori update, and it's already up on YouTube. It should be published already as well. I should actually check. Published is ready as well. I should actually put highlights on my Twitter so you guys can tell I make highlights. You guys are curious about that? Let's see. Oh my God, KSA's here. Mori update. Here you guys go. Can I just... You guys are curious about my thoughts on the Mori update? It's right there. Take a peek. Take a gander. It has 1 view. Oh my God, 1 view. Good stuff. I guess maybe it's still... done. I did upload it right away after Twitch, so maybe it didn't export properly. I mean, it's showing up. Maybe there's something weird going on YouTube right now where it's not updating properly. Possible moment. There we go. Maybe just haven't propagated across your servers. Oh, it's still processing. Okay, well, that's fine. Normally it tells you when it's like SD and processing. That. And then it tells you HD oh, it does say HD processing right here. Okay. But alright, guys. I'm out of here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Dead by Daylight. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed my thoughts, you enjoyed my words, make sure you hit the follow button in the top right-hand corner. You stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. Depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc. Tomorrow, guys, will be the... So you guys have that to look forward to. Yeah. Good. I'm out of here for this evening, though, guys. It's been a blast. We'll catch up tomorrow. But anyways, guys, thanks for watching, Mr. As always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Thursday night and Friday morning. Have a good day, guys.